Hello. There we are. Don't mind me as I get all the tweets and stuff out that I need to do. Uh, there we go. That is that. Good. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Those of you out there sitting in the front row. It's the 100th episode of TableTalk. I would play some sort of music if anything was not copyright, restricted, and also not a copyright-free YouTube asset, basically. So I am alone for now, but hopefully soon, as you can see right there, I just sent another message into my group chat. There we go. Now it's gone. I am alone for now, but soon we will have our regular crew here. Thank you, Slay. Happy 100. Thank you, thank you. And I figured today we'd we'd do the last, the biggest, the most well-known taboo of all of D&D. Hello, Indigo. How are you doing? Good evening, Lux. Every money. Nice. 100 episodes, congratulations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. We made it. But yes, so like I said, the other two hopefully will be here soon. I will be watching for their messages, and we will get there when we get there. But today we talk about 4th edition in depth, as opposed to when we skimmed it a little bit. What was it? What episode was it? It's been a long while since we did this. Let me check actually, because I want to see. Also, let me know if stream is looking good. I'm doing it in 1080p now, so hopefully it looks at least a little bit more crisp. Now let me look at 4E. That's the one. It was episode 67. That was when we talked about 4E last. Cool. Well, hopefully, as I go and up the bit rate, because I just realized that it's not high enough. There we are. Hopefully, we go into more depth about what 4E is like, because I have read all of the 4E player's handbook in preparation for this. Not word for word, mind you, because some of it was a little similar, if you will, to a lot of every D&D edition. Quite a lot of it, in fact. There's a few different names for things, but mostly it is very, very similar to most every D&D edition. Did I read the DMG too? No, I did not read the DMG, as I figured the player's handbook was really the thing that everyone would look at. Whilst the DMG is, available for those, I have the DMG that I can look at. So if there's anything that you want comments on, I can look into that and we can read it and actually go into it. You should have? Well, friend, let's be fair. Most people are going to only have the PHB if they're playing 4th edition. 4E has really good DMGs? Okay. Gotcha. I think there's 3 of them in total for 4E. But the problem, or I guess not the problem, the point that I want to make here in the very beginning is that the 4E doesn't seem very different from any other edition. Like, it has a little bit of difference. If we want to look at it from 3.5 to 4E, right? 3rd edition had its stuff, and it had the skills and the skill allocation, or the points that you would allocate to skills. You know, the specializations in that. You had the classes that went into prestige classes. You had shit tons of classes, to be fair. And going from, well, that's also because there were shit tons of books. And going from there to 4E, you have your classes, and then you have them all grouped into, like, similar roles, which I found weird, but not exactly incorrect, you know? Let me go find it right now, and I will talk about what they are. It's probably in classes, right? In my perfectly legitimate copy that I found floating on the sea. Here we are. Let's see. It was... Oh, what are they? There's, like, leader, then there's... here we go. Defenders, strikers, leaders, and controllers. Those are the different roles, which is interesting to me. They all can be very similar in a way, if you will, in the sense of, you know, some classes fit each role similarly. Most of people's problem with 4E stem from the couple main things: how Wizards of the Coast advertised it, and B, the book's visual presentation of class powers. This is the thing, though. It had a lot to do with Wizards of the Coast marketing. Okay, so this is my problem. No one says that, right? Whenever you ask anyone what the problem is with 4E, they say it wasn't like D&D. It's not D&D. It doesn't feel like D&D, right? This is the common thing that I have found a lot of the time when looking at 4E stuff. People talking about that. And the virtual tabletop failure. I got you. Yeah, that too. But, like, that's the popular sentiment, and I'm not saying that you guys are wrong with saying that it's the marketing stuff. That's probably a big part of it. I don't know. But my big issue is that everyone keeps making these claims of, like, oh, 4E isn't D&D. And I'm like, why? How? I don't understand, right? It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different in how they ran combat. It's closer, and I'll talk about that later. I wanna make sure that the others are around before I go into my not big brain really, but my takes on what I read and how I kind of apply it in relation to other things. But anyway, so there are differences there. In the powers usage and all that kind of stuff, sure. But nothing about this makes me go, this isn't D&D, okay? Maybe if I played it, it would be different. But I think that's the same that I would say about 1E compared to 2E. It's not entirely different. Like, there's add-ons and stuff, and I guess they changed a couple of things, but Combat was closer to a strategy game. This again, maybe this is the thing. I feel like all D&D editions can be played like that. Now, is the power and stuff like is the power and stuff like, or the powers and stuff made specifically to kind of feel more like a strategy game? Maybe. I don't know. I think that what they did with them, from what I have read, seems a lot better than what they did with them in 4E, or sorry, in 5E, excuse me, for some things, because it makes me, it makes the whole quickness of the combat and stuff, like all of that, it makes it feel like that's possible, right? It makes it feel like you can have really, really fast things, okay? Anyone who says it's not like D&D, just watch Matt Coville's 4E campaign on his YouTube channel. He runs it like with 5E lingo, short and long rest, and it comes off like any other D&D game. So 4E had short and long rests. That's the thing. If you actually look at it, we'll get into it more, but like there's so much here that they definitely took and then went 5E, right? Ooh, 4E. As much as I'd love to keep my streak of watching live, I'll have to catch the VOD. Family dragging me to watch a movie. Looking forward to the aftermath of this vid. See ya, Con. But yeah, hope you enjoy the VOD. I like the powers. That's fair. Yeah, the powers seem interesting. The powers seem very similar to another game. I.e. a fighter having more choices. Yeah, I mean, like, having different powers based off of like what weapon types you use and stuff, like that seems very interesting. You're not just doing the same, I swing my axe like I swing my sword. It's its own at will power, if you will, or whatever they refer to it as. But yeah, I think I I don't know. I will say that how it feels has more to do with how the DM runs it and how the rules are set, but the rules did seem to focus a lot more on combat powers, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. So, if we're talking about purely combat, then sure, right? The game still has roleplay stuff, right? Like, it even goes into how do you roleplay before it goes to the combat stuff, just like any other edition, right? For 5e is secretly a revised edition of D&D 4e Essentials Edition, just repackaged to look more traditional. Oh, as much as I love 4e, I despise 4e Essentials. Okay. The one con I have is the encounter can be very, very long. Maybe. Well, this is the thing. I don't know how bad it could be playing it, right? I want a full simulated, like I need to watch somebody play it. Somebody who's actually played 4e, right? Somebody who goes from level 1 or level 3 or whatever you want there to actually get to a point where they've leveled a bit and they understand like how it works. Because my other issue that I have, at least, and maybe we'll cover that video today, maybe not. We have a lot of videos on the docket that we can use, or that we can cover today. But watching, there was a Puffin Forest video. There is a Puffin Forest video that talks about, that is involving a lot of other D&D creators, that they were playing 4E for the first time. And in the like middle of the final fight, they were like discussing what they didn't like about 4E. Now, I haven't watched that video. I haven't watched the full video, right? Like I haven't, I want to watch the full context first, because I want to see how they're introduced to this game and how they play it, and how that goes. But the I feel like if you know how it works, I feel like it can be quicker than if you don't. I don't know. Yeah, you have to house rule the first two monster manuals. Got to cut monster HP in half and do double damage. Dude, that's crazy. That seems like a lot. To be fair as well, though, D&D is very unbalanced with CR, right? Challenge rating isn't great in D&D. It never has really been. So I don't know. 6+ hour boss fight. Don't remember exactly how long, but it was the whole session. That's crazy. That's also just insane. If that's the case, then like, again, it also feels like you're. It also feels like you as a dungeon master need to like just, I don't know, understand how to balance something in a way that actually is challenging but isn't going to take forever. Like we covered that one video that Guy did, how to be a great GM, and he was talking about like maybe even having like a schedule, quote unquote, right? Like a guideline on this is how long this should take, this is how long this should take, right? Your encounters and all of that, and your final boss fight and whatever. And I feel like being conscientious about that, like about your time and how long things are taking, like making it so that you can, I don't know, make the fun a little faster, or make the fight a little faster just by cutting the health of something or making it more deadly or whatever, you know? I don't know. Personally, it's the drop off and the ability to customize your character from 3.5 that wasn't great for me. Of course, 5e also has that issue to a lesser extent. I would argue that 5e has it more. But I don't know. Monster Manual 3 is when they got the math a lot better. Okay. You cannot use Monster Manual 1 and Monster Manual 2 without those two house rules for HP and damage, or the game will suck. Well, that's stupid. That sucks. That's really bad if that's the case. Yeah. See, these are the things that people need to say in their videos. Like, if you can give me these reasons, and you could give me like a simulation, quote unquote, right? Like, you give me an example of a battle with this taking for fucking ever, right? Like that would help, because again, all of these videos have people giving very vague, very flowery language as to why they don't like it, and not that it's bad, right? Because a lot of the time I just go, okay, so it's not D&D for you, right? Like, if you're telling me it's not D&D, you're going to have to show me a book that doesn't have any of what I've read in it, and for them to go, and for me to then go, oh yeah, that's not D&D, right? Because it's not a D&D book. But if you just show me the 4e book and I read it and I go, this is D&D though, just a little different, because it's the 4th edition, it's a totally different edition. Then like, and then you start reading at me because you're like, no, it's not D&D 4e. Then it's like, okay, well, what are we doing here? You know, you gotta give me the reasoning. You know. Anyway, so I hope that my position here is concrete, with everybody who watches in the future and everybody who's watching right now, that I don't really think that D&D 4e is as big it deserves to be as big as of a taboo as it is, right? The joke, the meme that 4e is terrible is just that. It's a fucking meme. But like, if people actually adamantly defend it and constantly want to spread this narrative, they need to be more precise, right? But for me, it was mostly that Wizards of the Coast tried to kill the OGL and stop people from playing earlier editions that put me off. It didn't work out like they wanted, but they tried it. Okay, so that's, yeah, fair enough. If that threw you off, that's fair. But that, like, again, I want to focus on like the book, right? The actual game, and not anything outside of it that is like Wizards of the Coast being shitty or all that kind of shit, right? Them not using the OGL is what killed 3 PP from using it. Fair enough. Yeah. So anyway, let's move on. After I've made my position clear, and I think it's a position that my friends hold, right? Fine, but you need to include all the core books then. Okay. So here's the thing, Indigo. I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is, for what I'm using right now, I'm not going to judge things that aren't like all of the things that people say are based off of or can be found in the player's handbook. Nothing from the DMG that I can see is specifically like, what is there here that isn't, I guess maybe is what is it? Like, I'm not discounting the books. Don't get me wrong. I'm not discounting the Dungeon Master's Guide, the Monster Manual, okay? Those are like all going to be here for me to reference. I'd have to find the Monster Manual really quick, but they can all be there for me to reference, but like I have read the player's handbook, and that is the only thing that you need to play D&D, right? Like, I would hope would agree that you don't necessarily need the DMG to do anything with D&D in any edition, unless you are brand new. Hello, friend.
Cowards all. Hello.
Let me get you what you need.
Huh?
Let me get you what you need.
Thank you.
What are we talking about?
Hello.
I enjoy that I have Alejo trained so well I don't even need to vocalize it.
Yeah.
Train.
What
yes.
a bastard.
That's right. Well, hello, both of you. Welcome to episode 100.
Yes. Are we already
Yes.
live?
Yeah, we've been live for 22 minutes.
Oh.
Don't worry about
Hello. I'm on.
it. I like that.
Hello.
Yeah. No, let's keep it that way.
I am your second host, ItsSneakyAdolf.
There you go.
Yep.
Nice.
If you don't know that by episode 100, welcome.
Who knows? This might attract some brand new people. Who knows?
Yeah. Everybody knows the best place to jump in on a series is episode 100.
That's right.
Everyone knows a podcast making it to 100 episodes is truly the benchmark of quality.
Yeah. Most of the other ones just be like, let's just stop.
Yeah, it'll be like 15,000 episodes of we eat spicy chicken wings and watch movies.
That's right. Okay. So I want to ask both of you first. Before
is this the spicy take?
Well, no. I mean, I'll say my spicy takes in a second, but like, what are your thoughts overall on 4E? I don't think, Aiden, you've not read it, right?
Aiden?
Oh,
You roboted out super hard there. What
are your thoughts on 4E?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on 4E?
Okay, so I know pretty much nothing about 4E, except from what Boo has shared to me, and I didn't even bother to remember most of this information. It just kind of passively stuck.
Yeah.
But I am aware that a lot of people refer to it as very video gamey. And from what I have heard Alejo mention, like today, I think, that they use, like, they call it squares instead of feet. I kind of can see people calling it video gamey. However, I don't think that calling it squares instead of feet or anything would be indicative of a noticeable dip in quality.
No, absolutely not.
You do know from Boo that there is a smorgasbord of status effects.
Yes.
Which would be a bit rough to get into at first, and it would definitely be a learning curve. Similar to Pathfinder 2e has a lot. I don't think Pathfinder 2e has as many, but I definitely I applaud 4e's interest in trying to keep things sort of real and make things feel live and engaging by knowing like, oh, I've got 7 things going on with my character that I need to keep track of. The problem with that though is that the onus of that should ideally be on the dungeon master to make his games feel engaging. Not a mechanic of the system. I definitely think that you could look at the status effects of 4e as like a cool little optional rule that like 5e has optional rules. So I think it'd be a neat little appendix to put in the back.
So I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to correct you. From what I've seen, from what I've read in the PHB at least, I don't know if there's more in supplementary books, but I've been going off core stuff. There are just as many status effects as there are in like 5e.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, it does not appear from what I've seen for there to be a lot of status effects.
I thought there were like 24.
Not from what I saw. But I could be wrong. I'm definitely willing to be wrong about this.
Like 5e only has like what, like 9?
Yeah. I mean, it might be a few more than that. Just because of I think dying is a condition, quote unquote, but that's always been there. But from what I saw, at least. Anyway, so sorry. Continue on with the rest of your.
Sorry, I had a spoonful of ice cream.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I personally, going into this, I think it is a viable enough system. As with any D&D system so far, it will have its merits and its demerits. But I don't think that it deserves a lot of the hate it gets. And that would be where I'm at, I guess.
Gotcha. Okay, so Boo.
Well, I've played 4th edition. It was actually my first experience with D&D, because when me and my brother and some of his friends decided we wanted to try to play it, that was what was available at the time. And we all had a pretty good time with it. The role-playing is pretty much exactly as it would be in 5e, because that's just the nature of role-playing. But something that we found was that even though I actually went out of my way and bought I bought everybody their own player's handbook. Jeez, excuse me. Even though I did that, there were still just so many abilities that you could have, no matter what class you are, that what we actually took to making like flashcards with all of the ability text on them, or at least condensing it down. And so not only does every single class effectively have spells, they're not magic, but they're they're abilities like spells. Every single class has basically a spell list, and it can be quite substantial. The thing that I ran into when reading a lot of these different abilities and things, the statuses, quote unquote, it wasn't so much that there's a ton of statuses, it's that there's just a ton of effects. Whether they are status conditions or auras or debuffs or buffs or whatever.
Right.
Everybody has some amount of things that they can do that cause an effect onto either themselves, their allies, or their enemies. And so it gets to be ridiculously hard to keep track of everything if you want to make it so that you're following the rules like down pat. And since I was inexperienced at the time, I tried to do that, but even I realized that, like, at the time, being my first game, I'm like, this is too much to keep track of. I can't, like, so I would very often forget shit. And a lot of the other things, there are actually effects and things that are specifically for the monsters as well. Because in 4th edition, you have Bloodied, which...
that also applies to players, actually.
Oh, is it also on players?
Yes,
Okay, I forgot
it is
that.
actually in the PHP.
Okay, so there you go. It's Bloodied is for everybody as well. But it can trigger things on players as well as monsters. And what Bloodied is, it's very simple. It's when you reach half health. And when you're below half health, you are bloodied. And so when you are bloodied, more like shit happens. So like a monster might get a second attack because now it's like, oh shit, I'm in danger. I gotta fucking like kill these things. So I'm gonna attack more than normal.
Yes.
Or its AC goes down or goes up, or its movement speed. And so you got to remember all these different things. You don't have to, but they're there. And so it gets to be very, very hard to run if you're trying to go 100% to the rules. So I'm willing to bet that alone is a big contributing factor as to why 5e can feel bare bones at times. Because there was just so much in 4 that they wanted to scale it way the hell down. It's just that they went too hard with it. They removed all the battle effects and stuff like that, but they also took away a lot of the additional rules that we wanted, like from 3.5, like owning a store and shit like that. So they trimmed down the bush by cutting it to the ground, basically.
Yeah. That'll agree with all of that.
Goddamn right.
So if people have a 4E handbook, player's handbook, or if you have access to it, however you do, you can see on page 29 there is a full table of how you get stuff, and everybody follows the same table, really. Everyone gets their class features, their racial traits, they gain a feat, they get the 2 at-will attack powers, they get an counter attack power and a daily attack power at the very beginning, right?
Yes.
And then everybody gets the same things every level, the same amount of experience. Like, it really streamlines that.
Yes.
Which, same kind of thing for 5e. I think everybody has the same experience tables. It's just they have different abilities and stuff because they're more classes. Where these feel more like templates that are put on top of each of the characters, right? That they adhere to, that you can pick the things from. But they're all pretty similar. So before I get to my spiel that I have very quickly, I want to read some stuff from the chat as you guys have been talking. So in 4E, you do for skill challenges and encounter building. The rules are actually specific in 4E's DMG. It's the only edition they did get CRs right. Okay, that's good to know. I'll look into that in a bit here. Thank you, Indigo. Pizza Funk says, Yosh, happy 100th episodes. You guys have been doing this for 2-ish years. That's true. We are in year 3 now. a little bit into it. So yeah, thank you. Lex says I also should mention that I'm no expert on 4E's rules because of how the marketing put me off. Though I did play one session of a game at a store one time. Fair enough. Inigo says Pathfinder has a lot more condition status effects. Yes, that is true. I counted them. There's 16 in 4E. Some of those being like unconscious, dying. Those two being very much kind of similar in a lot of senses, but like in the sense of like unconscious, you already know pretty much how that works. That's pretty much a given. But the other ones actually have merit. Like petrified and all that shit, right? But I do remember something about needing to make a DC 20 skill check to know that humans drown in water raw. That's crazy. If that's what
now,
that's weird.
I know that if I remember correctly, a lot of the skill checks in 4E they went up pretty high numbers. Because I could have sworn that like one of the harder ones was like looking into like I think it was like Orcus, Demon Prince of the Undead.
Yeah.
And if I remember right, there was a lore check, and like to get the highest level of the lore check, you needed a 54.
Sure.
So that's achievable at high levels.
Yeah.
Because obviously, that's like max level shit.
Right.
But the high numbers, that was another thing because 4E had big fucking numbers.
Yeah.
Where, let's say, I don't know, Well, let's just take a random example.
Right.
Potter, out of nowhere.
Right.
No reason. Potter in 3.5, I want to say he has like maybe 500 HP, maybe 600.
Yeah.
Demogorgon in 4E had 1800.
Yeah, it's fucked.
So it went way the fuck up. It's basically like Pathfinder in that respect. Those numbers, they sound crazy, but they are achievable.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it doesn't matter if it's a DC 20 to know that humans drown in water if you get like a plus 19 onto your roll.
Right.
Yeah.
I've been informed that the math and stuff for Monster Manual 1 and 2, they did a bit off. It wasn't until the third one that they kind of got it more right. Apparently, this is what I've been told.
Okay.
So, usually people would have, or at least according to Indigo, you would have the HP of monsters and then give them double damage as a result, just to make it so that it was more doable and less like time consuming.
Less of a slog.
Yes. So regardless, I don't know if that's like 100% the case, but it does sound very plausible. Just from now this kind of stuff. So let's see, there's a few other things. 4E doesn't add more status effects after the core book. Okay, fair enough, thank you. Hello guys, says JR Sonic. Hello. Lux says, sorry, I'm just saying the random thoughts that entered my brain. Also, no work tonight, so fate was kind. Nice. That's sick. JR Sonic says, just tuned in. What happened? We're talking 4E.
Yes.
Inigo then says, yeah, this game needed a player table too, like the upgraded D&D condition rings that just came out in the last couple of years. Look those up on Amazon. Having those would have made playing 4E a lot smoother and player friendly. 4E has 14 condition status effects in the PHB one. Oh, okay. I thought it was 16. I thought it was 14. Maybe I can't count. I might not be able to count. To be fair, it's somewhere between 14 and 18. Who knows? Let's confuse it even further.
Yes.
It's on page like 277, I believe, in the 4E PHB. So
every time you tell me a new number, I delete the old one in my head.
That's good.
And golly, is the number changing real quick.
Okay, so my ultimate take after reading the player's handbook of 4E is that, as I was saying to you guys before, for those people that really don't like 4E, they should really not like 5E. I don't understand what the difference here is entirely. If it is just the combat aspect, then I guess fair enough. It is quite a bit different than 3.5. It is quite a bit different than 5 in a few ways, but ultimately very similar.
Yes.
It's just the powers. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand there's a lot of them. But I don't know. It's one of those things where I can understand it becoming too much information for you to keep track of, right? I usually go shorthand with my kinds of things like that, just to kind of figure out what they do if they do stuff. For the like campaigns and stuff, I honestly, unless you're really dedicated, I feel like this would also fit into that whole category of you play until 10th level and then you're done. Right?
Yeah, unless you're looking at the PHB and you're like, holy shit, I really want that power at level whatever.
To be fair,
and
it goes all the way, in the PHB, it goes all the way to the 30th level. Right?
Oh, I know.
And then they have their epic, after that level character things, right?
Yes.
Which are basically prestige classes. Again. But, so there's a shit ton here. To know in the power department, and so I can understand if that's something that's wrong for you to like not wrong, I guess. It's more just you can't really wrap your mind around it so much because there's a lot there, and I get that.
Yes.
Fair enough. Ultimately, though, with the feats, with the multi-class feats, with the additions of training in skills instead of having skill points, and the not necessarily tree, but it is just a lot of choices and stuff. This ultimately to me is 5e plus 2e blended together, 5e plus Pathfinder 2e, mind you, blended together in such a way that it is not necessarily, it is more blended towards the D&D side than it is the Pathfinder side. But you can definitely like see how people compare this to Pathfinder 2e a lot, because big numbers, lots of feats. The conditions seem a little, they're not as numerous, but they do seem a little bit more frequent. The effects of all the powers, the amount of the training kind of thing, like all of this makes me think 2e. Pathfinder 2e a lot. Yeah. And all of the people that continue to say that, or have said in the past that this is nothing like D&D, are wrong. Yes. God, they're so wrong. I don't understand how. Like, if the combat system itself is slightly different, as I've said. No, so it is. It is slightly different.
Oh, okay. I thought you said if it is.
Right. Well, I did. If that is the case in any system, right? If they've taken it and they've tweaked it and they've changed it a little bit, but everything else remains the same, it's probably still the same game. It's just slightly different, and that's what they do with editions usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's no, like, that stuff it's so strange whenever I hear it's like incomprehensible, it's totally different, it's, you know, all of these things in regards to it being a part of D&D, where people just write it off. And I'm like, no. It still has all the role play, it still has your action, your movement action, your minor action and free action, minor action being a bonus action, basically. It has it even has the whole, you attack and you can do all these things in whatever order. You have all your classes, you have your races. You don't have gnomes for some reason, but that's a thing.
I think they were added in PHP too.
They probably were, yeah. But I'm just going for core. Like, I'm trying to thinking of this as somebody who's played 3.5 who moves on to 4e, right?
Yes.
You have all these things that are slightly different, but the core here is absolutely D&D.
Yes, it is.
100%. I don't know, and I've been told many a time it's the marketing. The marketing is what made it so people hate it. I would love it if people said that.
Yeah,
that would give me a reason. That would give me something concrete that I could go, this is why people don't like it. This is why people say these things that are so vague and flowery and don't actually give you specifics.
Really. Yeah, they don't even pan out under like very basic scrutiny.
Right. And like, if they say, I don't like it because of the combat, fair enough. If they say, that makes it not D&D, then I go, for you.
Yeah, you kind of blink off time.
Right, exactly. And so that's my whole outlook on this entire thing. And I think 4E should be brought back into the public consciousness as something that is valid and something that should be played if you want to play it, and not something that's memed to shit into the ground every time anyone ever says anything about it, and then they just shudder and go, this is so gross, no.
Yeah.
Like, the meme is kind of funny every now and again, sure.
Yeah.
But, man, like, when you have, and some of the videos that I have, of course, are people who go, this is bad. And I could go,
for you.
Right. I could go, for you, sure. Or if they have reasoning, hopefully they go into it more. But most of the time, it's just, this is a bad system. And I don't like it.
Yeah.
Right. But they keep going, I don't like it. I don't like it. Like, all I hear is, I don't like it.
Yeah.
And that's it's not a reason. It's just, it's not something you
like
prefer.
it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
So.
And I think one of the reasons why people cite the marketing is because the people who actually understand what they mean when they say they didn't like the marketing. And then that phrase just caught on to the people who were like, well, it's bad because of the marketing. Why? Sure. I don't know. He said that. But I think one of the reasons why the marketing was what scared the initial people away was because think about 3.5 as it is right now. It is very, very heavily an RPG, like a tabletop RPG.
Yeah.
And then when you describe D&D as video gamey, without it being something like Divinity or Wasteland or Pillars of Eternity, exactly. That tends to kind of ruffle some feathers.
Yeah.
Because, I want to play D&D. I don't want to play a video game.
Right.
That was the reason. Because they gave everybody abilities like a spellcaster. And one of the... Who was it that said it? One of the people in the chat said that D&D 4E was coming out when WoW... Yeah, Indigo,
That's right.
Sorry. Yeah. Came out after... Wait, no. Who the hell was it? Fuck.
I see it. So, 4E also came out after Wizard of no.
No, it was... I don't remember who said it. I
think it was Indigo before.
But one of them was saying, one of our viewers was saying that 4E came out while WoW was at the height of its popularity. Right. It was Lux. I'm sorry.
Oh, was it Lux? Okay.
Yeah, it's Lux. Okay. 4E came out around the time when WoW was at the height of its popularity. So, if you have a game like that that's breaking records every month, effectively, you kind of want to maybe include some of that to siphon off some of that fucking fan base. Yeah. So you try to steal a little bit of that fan base while alienating a bit of your own. So it kind of flopped for them, at least in terms of general perception, not actual game, as it were.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. No.
The game didn't suffer for it.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So, we'll move on to the videos in a second here, because I have quite a few to choose from, and we'll get to some of them. Not all of them. God, no. We could never get to all of them.
Yeah.
But I have quite a few to choose from. So
season 3 is about 4E.
The irony is that the official World of Warcraft RPG used the D&D 3.5 engine, and it played like D&D 3.
Yeah.
Original WoW, pretty much.
That's true. But anyway, so let's see. There's a few other things here. Traditional RPG gamers are going to play off that. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. So 4E came out after Wizards of the Coast released the D&D miniatures game, so there was a definitive miniature game that used its own rules.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that. Another thing about 4E's design, a lot of the core designers came from Star Wars Saga Edition's game.
Oh, interesting.
The multiple defenses, the range of class abilities and feat design, and how hit points in 4E work, a lot of this came from the Star Wars Saga Edition. Okay. Hey, Draco Kraken, what's up? The funniest way I've heard 4th edition described is that Wizards got so tired of people complaining that fighters only swing their swords that they gave them special ways to swing their swords. Yes. PHB 2 added gnomes, half-orcs, shifters, and Goliaths as races, and the primal classes like the druid, shaman, warden, and bard, barbarian, and sorcerer classes, and more controllers. Gotcha. I do agree that the hate is over-exaggerated. Yeah, Slay. It's crazy. The problem is that it's not necessarily hate anymore. It's just the fact that people just continue to parrot the meme. That's it.
Yeah, they just accept the meme without trying to dig in and see. Which is honestly why, like, whenever we actually get around to playing in my material world, I want to run it in 4th edition if possible.
I'm totally down.
I think that'd be pretty neat.
Yeah. I actually enjoyed my time with 4E as much as any other edition, and the races are a win across the board. Like, look up Shard Mines. Why can't we get that back?
Shard Mines are fucking cool, dude. They're spooky. Anyway, go on. You have the PHB. I have all the monster manuals.
Yeah, the PHB doesn't have Shard Mines in it, unfortunately. I think it's a later...
Oh, I know. That's why I was saying you have the PHB, but I have all the monster manuals, so I know all the monsters.
Gotcha.
Or the official ones.
Yeah. You're right, 4E is designed to answer the two main 3.5 complaints. It made fighters balance with wizards, and it lowered the power of druids and clerics base because Codzilla. Sure. COD. My brain.
COD. Oh, way on hands.
The irony of that is that the official Warcraft. Then 4E comes out, and one of the main complaints is it plays like WoW. Yeah. One thing I do remember, they changed the alignment system so lawful good was basically just super good, and chaotic evil was super evil. Also, chaotic good and lawful evil didn't exist. That I don't know. I didn't look at the alignments.
Wait, really? I don't remember that.
I will check really quick. Here we go.
It has been a long time since.
Oh, you're right.
Did they remove that shit?
They have good, lawful good, evil, chaotic evil, and unaligned.
Okay. I forgot that, apparently.
There you go. It's page 19.
So wait, hold on. Will they let your character freely just be unaligned? And how does unaligned differ from true neutral?
Having no alignment, not taking a stand. I could read it further. Let's see. If you're unaligned, you don't actively seek to harm others or wish them ill, but you also don't go out of your way to put yourself at risk without some hope for a reward.
Basically chaotic good, effectively.
You support law and order when doing so benefits you. You value your own freedom without worrying too much about protecting the freedom of others. A few unaligned people and most unaligned deities aren't undecided about alignment. Rather, they've chosen not to choose. Shut up. Either because they see the benefits of both good and evil, or because they see themselves as above the concerns of morality. The Raven Queen and her devotees fall into the latter camp, believing that moral choices are irrelevant to their mission since death comes to all creatures regardless of alignment. That's fair enough for that.
Yeah, because she's just a death god.
Yeah. That's fair enough. Okay. Yeah. Anyway.
So unaligned is actually really sounds like one of the most flexible ones.
It honestly sounds like every character that I take that I'm not like 100% like what their fucking thing is.
Yeah, like if you're unsure, unaligned, that way I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, it's that's why most of the time I don't use alignment ever.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyway. The implication being that law was inherently good and chaos was inherently evil. Yeah,
that's weird.
PHP 3 added psionic classes, which are very damn cool. It is weird they made the monk class a psionic power source. Yeah. Godzilla, cleric, or druidzilla. Gotcha.
Oh.
4E only has 4 alignments. I mean 5. That was another stigma against 4E. I think it's just when they take away some of the ones in the middle that kind of make it so you.
I guess that way, like, they're keeping them, they're just naming them different and just condensing it down into one. I guess if you want to look at it that way.
I think having something like chaotic evil, that like when they've already got lawful and chaotic as words that they've used before and they've just changed their definitions, it rubs people the wrong way. Like it feels weird to me.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. Anyway. Godzilla rose up after 3.5 when the most powerful character builds came from clerics and druids with combinations from the various many source books. Oh, fair enough, yeah. Okay, so, that being said, we are going to start off with a video. This video is called Dnd Introduction. It is a D&D 4E introductory video that was back when 4E was new. And so... This is coming to us from a channel called Bart Carroll, and we're gonna hear from Chris Perkins himself. That's right, one of the lead designers of D&D.
He was consulted.
No, he wrote a lot of it, actually. I think.
Oh, I know.
But yeah, all right.
He joins such greats as RPG pundit.
That's right.
Hi, I'm Chris Perkins, and I'm the creative manager for Dungeons & Dragons.
I'm waving
if
to
you're
you,
curious
Chris.
about D&D 4th Edition, then this video is for you. As you might already know, D&D is a game you play with the aid of some dice, some
That's a
miniatures,
fucking sweet-ass
and books.
dragon
But
mini
what really
back
makes
there.
D&D
God
special
damn.
is that it's a game you play together with your friends. It's shared storytelling with lots of social interaction, both in the game and around the table. You and your friends play heroes, exploring a medieval fantasy world. Your goals are to complete quests, explore ancient ruins and dungeons, fight monsters, find treasure, and become more powerful.
That seems like D&D to me
Seems
so far.
like
Yeah.
So far it's a pretty paced definition of any D&D edition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A typical D&D game has one dungeon master and several players, each of whom plays a hero in a group of adventurers. If you're a player, you get to build your own hero, your character, and for that you need the Player's Handbook.
Oh my god.
The
Read
Player's
it.
Handbook is where you'll find everything you need to build the character you want to play, starting with a selection of heroic races and classes. 4th edition has several classic D&D races, like humans, dwarves, elves, as well as new races like the Dragonborn and the Tieflings. You've also got
they were
familiar
new back
character
then.
classes.
That's right. That's interesting to see, like, people talking about how they were new, and like the elves are actually not just elves, they're also the Eladrin.
Yes.
You've got the
very
elf.
neat.
And from what I gather, it's basically like wood elf versus high elf. Basically.
Yeah.
Was it? I always remembered
Mhm.
the Eladrin being more like Feywild stuff.
Am
I thinking of something else?
I think you're thinking of newer editions, because that is what they are now.
Oh, okay. Because I
but
remember there being like versions of the Eladrin that were like based on the seasons.
Yes, that is. I think
That's new.
that is also part of the new stuff. I don't know. Maybe it is part of. To be fair, I didn't read entirely about the Eladrin in this because I kind of understood.
And just kind of skimmed it, yeah.
Yeah, because it's just it's elves and other.
It's
elves.
usually all you need.
Right.
But in this case, it wasn't enough, Alejo. No.
Well, I will say the first paragraph for this, the first actual paragraph says, "Creatures of magic with strong ties to nature. Eladrin live in cities in the twilight realm of the Feywild." There you go.
Oh, so there you
were,
go.
You were right, and I was right. It's just a different way.
Yeah.
I don't like a world where both Boo and Alejo can be right.
Right.
Yeah, that's weird.
Both people are right. Like, I don't like that. I want at least one party to be wrong.
Yeah. That's not the world that I know. It's
so
either I'm right or you're wrong.
That's right. That's right. So I guess Aiden, your quest now is to make it so that is the case.
Make it so, number 3.
That's right.
Okay.
Or number 2.
Cleric, the fighter, the wizard, the rogue, along with new ones, including the Warlord and the Warlock. And every choice
Warlocks
you
were new,
make
that's right.
helps make
Warlock was in 3.5. That's the thing.
It was new.
No,
Yeah,
it's
well,
not.
I'm joking.
It was in.
I forgot. Yeah.
The Tome of not the Tome of Magic. The where was it?
Why is he saying they're new then?
He's lying to you.
What a bastard!
I think
God
he
damn
means,
it, Chris Perkins! I
maybe-
trusted you for like 2 seconds.
I think he means
Maybe
new to
this-
core.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah,
Oh.
new to like in the base game.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think Warlords were also in 3.5. They were just a prestige class, I think.
Yeah, this is a base class now.
Mhm.
your hero unique. They impact what your character can do, and they give you all kinds of options to use in combat as well as out. Having fun choices to make and cool options to choose from is what 4th edition is all about. Your hero is defined largely by the powers you choose, and Player's Handbook has an exciting array of them. There are 3 different kinds of powers. First are your at-will powers, which you can use as often as you want, like the first-level Wizard Classic Magic Missile. Then you've got the encounter powers, which are a bit more powerful and can be used only once in a given encounter. For instance, the fighter has a 7th level power called Come and Get It, which lets him pull all of his enemies in close to him so he can whack them all with his sword. And then you've got your daily powers,
Whack
the big
with a
guns
sword?
that let you do spectacular things and mighty attacks, but you only get to use each of them just once in a given in-game day. For instance, the cleric has this really cool 9th level daily power called Flame Strike that lets him call down a massive column of fire to incinerate his foes. How you fit into the adventuring party is very important.
Okay, so I wanna talk about those really quick. Yes, so powers. Those are the 3 powers. Your at-wills, your encounters, and your dailies.
Yes.
Something like your draconic breath for your dragonborn is an encounter power. Where it's literally just every encounter you do. Sometimes they say you can do them a certain amount of times per encounter / they only are able to be used one encounter, and then you have to take a short rest, all that kind of stuff. It depends on the power. What I would like to then also kind of segue into is that short rests and long rests are a thing in 4E. Short rests take 5 minutes. That's it.
Oh,
You're good. Yep. And then long rests are 6 hours. And you can't do them again until a 12-hour period has gone by. So you can't just keep fucking sleeping.
You can't say
so
Yes.
so does that mean then that you can get 2 long rests per day?
Yes. Technically. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so like that way you can if you're trying to like get rid of exhaustion or something, you can just take it easy for a day.
Yep.
Yeah, though I don't think exhaustion, I didn't see any mention of exhaustion. So I don't think that was a thing.
Okay.
Not sure though. I could be wrong there.
I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, from looking at the conditions, I don't think exhaustion was in there. So
Yeah, because at the time when I played, we were also new that we might not have factored it in.
right. So the other thing that I want to say, so basically that like helps with how you like. It really says to me that they really wanted things to just go. There's another aspect here though that I don't know if he'll go into, but I will bring up now, which are called action points, which also bring me to how this is very similar to Pathfinder 2E. So action points are a thing that you get every long rest.
Yes.
You start with 1. And if you do 2 encounters in a row at least, you get another action point after that. Action points are used to anyone who has one can spend them to do another action in the round.
Yes.
Is
Is it another action or another full round?
It is
of
another action, I believe.
Okay.
I could be wrong on that, but I think that is what I read. I will double check here just to make sure. Since I have this open. Let's see. It would be under combat. It would be under action points. That's right. 286. That's the one. All right. So action points. You start with 1 action point. You gain 1 action point when you reach a milestone, which milestones are when you do the 2 encounters.
Yes.
And then that's without taking a short rest between. If you take one between, then you don't. That doesn't count as a milestone. After you take
wait, hold on. So if you do 2 encounters per day,
yes,
without a short rest between them,
yes,
you get an extra action.
Yes, but you can't save them.
Yes, use it or lose it.
You use it or lose it because after you take I'm sorry, it's not a long rest, it's called an extended rest. After you take an extended rest, you lose any unspent action points, but you start with 1 when you wake up.
Yes.
So, during your turn, you can spend an action point and get an extra action that turn. You can decide if it's a standard action, a move action, or a minor action. So you just get the 1, and then you deal with it. Yeah. The only other thing. Oh, that's right. The only other thing about it is that you can only use 1 per encounter, because you have to take a short rest to be able to use.
Yeah, to get it back. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. So
I am not too thrilled about how if you have a lot of fights in one day, you get like more combat capable for that. Like you should get exhausted from having lots of combat.
Now I will tell you. Now I'll bring this up then. So you do, in a way. You start with a pool of health, technically, right? So you have your health, you have your HP, it's like 50, whatever, who fucking cares? And then you have your dice pool of whatever your hit dice are, or whatever, that you can spend to heal yourself. That dice pool does not come back until you do a extended rest. Yes. And it's used even in healing magic.
Yes.
So you can't just keep going all the time, because you won't be able to heal until you actually go to bed, right? But anytime anybody uses a healing magic on you, you then get to spend that die, or however many of that die, and you get to heal from that. So you are constantly getting more worn out, if you will.
Okay.
But you are able to have this, what I call it really in my brain is adrenaline.
Yeah, pretty much.
In a way, you know?
Yeah.
So that could be kind of how you balance that out, in my mind at least. Does that, help at all?
Yeah, yeah. It's I get like with having both of these things definitely can cause you to like have the impression that your guys are like cutting shit, like tearing shit up.
Right.
But they are also definitely feeling the recoil from this.
Yes, exactly. There's been a lot of stuff in the chat. What's up with everybody here? Oh my god, there's so many. Eldrin are holy elves, if I recall correctly. I guess I misremembered. Yes. They can teleport, that makes sense because they're Feywild. Don't worry, I can be wrong, says Lux. There you go. Indigo says, hey, if both are right, they need to roll a d20 to determine who is more wrong. True.
Oh.
You know what? Boo. I got a 13.
Okay, I'm gonna roll.
Okay.
And I got wow, would you look at that? I got a 14.
That's right.
Yeah.
I don't have my
Yeah.
dice. I don't have my
no.
dice on me. I'm playing Dying Light too.
I heard the dice roll.
Oh, okay.
That's
good.
right. Yeah, I heard them too. Okay. Warlocks were in a supplement book. Yes, in 3.5 they were. Warlocks are a new core class. Yes. Shouldn't it be whoever has the lower wisdom score that's more wrong? But how can we determine who has the lower wisdom unless one of them has the improved rightness feat? Oh, true.
Oh my god.
But we don't have character sheets of them. That's true. Encounter
they
power.
They both forgot their character sheets.
Yeah. If somebody could make that for me, please.
That'd be pretty great, actually.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Don't do me wrong. I'm trusting you.
Encounter power equals short rest. Daily power equals long rest. Yes. Make them watch a Garibay video and see who breaks first.
Oh, it would be me.
Yeah.
It would be me.
But which Garibay video? We have so many to choose from, and how can we make sure they watch the chosen one?
Yeah.
We'd have to put the chosen video on repeat.
Oh god. You guys are savage.
Give them a quiz on it after it's over, I guess. Or see which one's head doesn't implode after the viewings.
You guys are monsters.
Yeah, Pathfinder 2e gets all of this acclaim for its 3-action economy, and 4e did it first. So I would say that there's always been a 3-action economy, quote unquote. Pathfinder did it so that they had anything is like different amounts of actions. Their whole 3-action economy is a 3-action economy specifically because of the amount that you can take in a turn, whilst 4e and 5e and all of D&D has, you can either take a move action, an action, a bonus action, quote unquote, swift action, minor action, whatever you want to call it, or a free action. And those they all cost the same, right? And you can't necessarily do all of them. Sometimes you take a full round action, all that kind of stuff. Whereas with Pathfinder 2e, you can upcast a spell for it to cost 2 actions instead, right? And then you have, movement is its own action that you can also add on top of that, where you can kind of really customize and tailor how you want to run around and do your shit in Pathfinder 2e. That's why they get their acclaim. It's their 3-action economy is unique, whilst the D&D one is very tried and true.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, sort of. We could ask them to write an essay on what Garibay talked about in the video. That's true.
And then whoever is the most correct,
that'll
send
do
it to fucking him.
I fully support writing essays after watching videos.
Oh god.
The one who doesn't have the dice obviously has the lower wisdom. Yeah,
honestly, it's fair. I'm fighting zombies right now, man.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, like, dude, I'm not even involved in this situation because I'm in Kaled.
When you're making a character, it helps to think about the party composition and what roles need to be filled. A classic D&D adventuring party, wizard, fighter, cleric, and rogue, has all the roles covered, but you and your friends can choose whatever classes you like to fill out your party roster.
Thanks.
It's very
The Dungeon
kind of
Master's main job is to build encounters that the players will enjoy, by choosing the right monsters for the job. The Monster Manual contains nearly 500 creatures to populate your dungeons and adventures. Like 4th edition heroes, 4th edition monsters have different roles in combat. Artillery monsters, like the Beholder here, are generally fragile and prefer to attack at a distance.
Artillery? I'm sorry, do we actually have classifications here?
Yes.
Really?
There are monsters that are brutes, which are meant to be like very, very tanky, and they're meant to be kind of like bruisers and shit. We have solos, which are meant to be a monster that you fight all on its own, so they're usually bosses. We have artilleries that are meant to they like stay in the back. They're a little bit squishy, but they have a lot of ranged damage and powers.
Yeah, like kobolds and stuff.
Yeah, then you have controllers, who are things that can buff and or command smaller bitches to go fight you. And then you have minions, which are the little ones that are, the little one-hit bitches that, you just kill.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I am probably missing some, but those are the big ones that I remember.
It's not bad setting that up into archetypes like that.
No, I
Yeah.
actually kind of like that.
Because
a
the thing
lot.
is, you can in the monster manual, those templates can be applied to whatever you want.
Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
you can have, hilariously, you can have a skeleton who is commanding an army of lich minions if you wanted.
Yeah, why not?
Because you
Dragon
can just
minion.
apply the minion tag to it, and that's like, okay, all of a sudden, these liches all drop down to 1 HP, and they do a bit less damage, but they have effects that benefit them when they're in groups and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Yeah, you can have a solo goblin who is like just a goblin who's basically just like a swoblin, and he's just really fucking strong,
Yeah.
and you fucking fight him as a party.
Yeah. So, and before anybody says anything about, you could do that in any edition. No, I understand that. But for this, they have these specific things, like these specific templates here,
Yes.
as far as you're saying, that you can actually just put whatever the fuck into.
Yes,
It makes it so
it's in the very beginning of the monster manual.
it makes it so it's incredibly easy for anyone to just take their idea and pop it in,
Yes.
which I think that's really good.
Yes, it's good design.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to go about it. Oh yeah, the roles of 4E is what separates 4E from the other editions. Now you can have a paladin, warlord, ranger, and wizard and cover the 4 roles. That is also true. They do have different. They have 4 or 5 roles in for player characters as well, technically. You have leader, defender, striker, control, and I think there was one more. I might be wrong about that.
I don't remember. I don't remember the player character ones because they stuck out less to me.
Yeah,
in my mind.
And this is something that I can understand people having a little bit more of a complaint about, is the fact that they're very much set into these roles, and kind of having them break out of them is a little difficult, I would say. Because I would argue that in any instance ever in other D&D editions, you could create whatever the fuck you want, and it might not be great at whatever you want it to be, but
you could still do it.
Yeah, you could do it very easily.
Yeah, whereas this makes it feel somewhat like you're like penned into a particular role.
Yeah. Here we go. Defenders, strikers, leaders, or controllers. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Chapter 2 for an explanation of these roles. Oh, that would help me. Let me find that really quick. See what we have here. These are gods. These are... No, that's role-playing. I need roles. Here we go. Character role. Identifies which classes can stand in for each other. For example, if you don't have a cleric in your party, a warlord serves just as well in the leader role. There you go. So here we go. Controller, wizard. Controllers deal with large numbers of enemies at the same time. They favor offensive over defensive, using powers that deal damage to multiple foes at once, as well as subtler powers that weaken, confuse, or delay their foes. Defenders have the highest defense in the game and good close-up offense. They're the party's frontline combatants. So it's tank. It's DPS tank. Leader is different. Leaders inspire, heal, and aid the other characters' support. In an adventuring group, leaders have good defenses, but their strength lies in powers that protect their companions and untarget specific foes for the party to concentrate on. So support/tank, or off-tank, if you will. And then striker is high amounts of damage, so DPS again.
Yes.
Wizards being, or controllers being, as I would say, DPS
like area
control. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So okay. So that also helps with the whole video gaming narrative, I would say.
Yes, because it's very much like an MMO party.
In a way, yeah. Or any game.
Yeah, or League.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
I hear controller, I think of Malzahar.
Yeah, exactly. Right. This is why... Oh, that sounds kind of cool. Yeah. This is why you need the DMG1, because it helps with encounter design and using the various monster rolls to flesh encounters out. Well, okay, fine. I'll go fucking look at it. I have it open right here. Building encounters, monster rolls, 54. Very good. That's what I need. Right there. Okay. We have artillery, brute, controller, lurker, minion, skirmisher, soldier, elite monster, solo monsters, and leader.
Okay, I forgot quite a few.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of them. So, yeah, artillery are ranged combat, brutes are melee boys with low defense and high HP. Controllers manipulate enemies on the battlefield. They're controllers, just like PCs are, basically. Lurkers are sneaky boys. Minions are minions. We all know minions. They have 1 HP, and you can swat them away. It's very cool.
Yes.
Skirmishers are mobile as fuck.
They're bastards.
Soldiers specialize in drawing in the character's attacks and defending other monsters. Okay, they're tanks. Neat.
Okay.
Elite monsters are tougher than most monsters. They're just better. Counts as 2 monsters of its level. There you go.
So like what? Higher AC and higher hit points?
Elite monsters are worth twice as many XP, twice as dangerous. Great mini bosses. A group of ogres led by an elite ogre reduces the number of ogre figures on the table without diminishing the encounter level. There you go. So, yeah. Solo monsters are your big bads. Leader is an additional quality or sub-role of some brutes, soldiers, skirmishers, lurkers, artillery, and controllers. Okay, yeah. So it can just be anything can be a leader of the people.
Yeah.
Cool.
Anybody can be a leader.
Anyone can lead. Anyway. Okay. Yes, the 4 PC rolls. I guess 4E makes it easier to have a fighter that can do more than swing a sword. With 3.5, you need a bit of knowledge, but I can definitely make a fighter who can do more than just swing a sword, without even multiclassing. That's true. It just takes a little while longer. Yeah, but these 4 roles have always existed in D&D. 4E just showcased them by making them a real factor. So, whilst I agree that they've always been there, anyone could really kind of try to make any class fit whatever role, right?
Yeah.
They could attempt to. This is the thing. I'm not saying it would be successful every time, but with 4E and their power system, it feels more like everyone has a specific thing that they have to do.
Again, it's like you're being penned into a particular role.
Exactly.
As opposed to being able to just choose it.
Yes, that's why I have this that's why I think that with other editions you have that freedom that everybody really wants more so. And they've had it forever, and that's probably that. And again, this is why I understand this is something that would turn people off. I get that entirely. I feel like if honestly, if Brogan wanted to play D&D and we played 4E with him, I feel like he would be a little put off because he would feel more penned in, because you know how he likes to go off the meta, you know?
Oh yeah.
So
so
so someone like him, you'd be like, but you know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Consider it a chance to learn, Brogan. Right.
He's not even
Fill
here.
your
Oh my
fucking
God.
role.
Especially when there needs to be a logical reason for why the enemies aren't just going to run past the guy in heavy armor and hit the guy in the robes who's been blowing them up. Oh yeah, okay. That's why defenders are so great. All of them have a mark ability that draws attention to them. Yep. In MMO terms, defenders draw aggro by marking specific targets.
Yeah,
Paladins.
a taunt.
Yeah, it's a taunt. Paladins are badass in this game for this reason. Sure, the marked targets can attack others, but they suffer penalties by doing so. Yep.
Yes.
That's fair enough. So that's again, you're highlighting this a lot, where with a defender, they all get that. That's a thing that they can all do, you know?
Yeah.
Isn't all that just role-playing focused depth, though? You can make a fighter in 2E or 3E, and you say that they can then adapt and become whatever they want, but how can they not do that in 4E? So my point here is, with the way that your fighters are in something like 3.5, your feats and stuff determine how you play that character. Now, granted, there are a lot of feats in this too, so I might be off base here. If you can find me specifics of things that allow your fighter to maybe do more of a supportive role, I guess, that's not defender. Like, it would be, I guess, if fighter can be a leader, technically, whereas I think so for fighter might not be a good example for this then, because fighter can't, in any edition really, unless you multi-class, really do any kind of supportive kind of thing.
Yeah,
as far as I'm aware. Well, no, that's not true. That's not true. You could have a fighter that in 3.5 even, a fighter that specializes in tripping people, right? Thus you allow
set people up.
Yeah, you set people up for these kinds of things. Now, if you can do that in 4E, then I'm wrong. Absolutely. And I'm willing to be. But from looking at this, right, it seems like everything that the powers give, and I'll look at the feats really quick here, but like everything seems tailored to be in your role, and that's it.
Yeah.
Right? You can't stray outside your role. You can role play it, sure, but the mechanics don't also allow you to do that, in the sense of
Yeah,
you understand what I mean.
You feel more penned in.
Exactly. That's the word of the day. So let me look at feats.
I was gonna be like, man, Aiden, that's a great word. Where'd you hear that? It's a great way to describe it.
I said it, and then like fully a half second later was like, shit, wait, no, I think that was described earlier.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, here we go. Distracting shield for a fighter. Ooh, okay. Target takes a -2 penalty to attack rolls until the start of your next turn. Okay, that's somewhat. I want to see if there's like trip, because if that's the case, I'm gone. I'm done. You know, like that's exactly what I was talking about. No, but shield push maybe. No, push a square. Man, that can set up some stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so looking at feats, then I'm wrong, I think. Mostly. Yeah, I think I might be wrong then. Good. Very good. Then that was my main concern there, and I guess in that case, it's fine.
Assuaged.
Yes, very much so. So I take that back. It initially, I will clarify.
That way.
Yes, I will say initially, from looking at 4E, kind of looking it over, skimming some stuff, and then looking at the powers more so. I guess this is how people looked at it before. You kind of get the sense that everybody only fits their role, and that's it. But from looking at this, it feels like there's a few more things that you can do, at least feat-wise. I'd have to look at more powers and stuff to really get that going, but at this point we've stopped for too long. So
True.
So please let me know if fighters get more things that allow them to be more like controllers, you know, like anything like that. Just like that's my whole thing. If you can take a class and take its role and get out of that role, then all things are fine, because that's how D&D is. Like anything can kind of do that in D&D in general. So if that's the case in 4E, then that's another point in 4E's favor of going, this is still D&D, guys, shut up. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, anything else here that I want to Drees. Mark targets. Repeats. Choose from as well. Basically, what I tend to do is build a fighter to do annoying shit like disarming and tripping people. You can try to ignore them, but they'll still be causing problems. Fair enough. What you're talking about comes more from just role-playing than actual game mechanics. I think I've answered that. I think of the typical fighter as more like a fighter aircraft than a tank, though. Yeah. That's how it comes off to me. Okay. So don't play a fighter, play a warlord. So that, and just as Lux says, I like fighters though. Exactly. Like, what if I like the class and I want to play it differently? You know, like that's just, it's just like, hey, you go bard, and then you go, fucking, I want to be Healy bard, or I want to be damage bard. You know, like I don't know if bards are even in 4E. They probably are. In a later thing. That's right. Yeah. I remember. But in the core, they weren't there. But they could fit,
which is really weird.
They could fit whatever role you want them in. That's the thing. So, anyway. In 4E, there are two paradigms of design that break the traditional D&D mold. One is role, the other is power source. In 4E, you can imagine all martial classes as variant fighters. Power source. Oh, you mean like arcane, divine, and martial? Those being your quote-unquote power sources? I guess this is for that. I will also agree with you from beforehand. It's just 4E just pointed it out. Really, it wasn't really anything that's new, you know. But with the role thing, also not new, but it felt more restrictive, at least on first glance. I also love building 3.5 fighters as archer. They're great for that. Yeah, sure. Rangers are your ranged fighters in 4E. Yeah. That's the thing, though. I feel like, yeah. Anyway, Rangers aren't. They don't have animal companions or anything like that in this. It looked like, so it's interesting. Yeah. They either go 2-weapon fighting or they go archery.
Yes.
Heavy armored horse archer. Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Anyway, let's move on with this video.
Whereas a brute, like the shambling mound, gets in your face, soaks up a lot of damage, and tries to pound you to a pulp. And then we've got the controller, in this case a harpy, who is good at controlling the battlefield and moving things around. So, different monsters are dangerous in different ways, but because the monster manual gives the roles and tactics for each creature, the DM knows how they should fight, and that helps make encounters more interesting and challenging for the whole adventuring party. Every monster comes with a monster.
I will say, I do enjoy what with the fact that they have like the archetypes for different monsters that like a DM can flip to a page in the DMG or just like look at a stat block and instantly know what it's supposed to do and how it's supposed to act.
Yeah.
And I heavily enjoyed that.
I was actually just about to pause when you did and say the exact same thing. That really helps a lot of like new DMs, old DMs, just to like glance at it and go, fucking I get that. I get that.
Yeah, like they can look at a stat block and within like 10 seconds know exactly what they're about.
Yeah.
I heavily enjoyed that.
Yeah, that's great. Power sources in 4E, Martial, Divine, Arcane, Psionic, and Primal. There you go. Sup, chums. At work, so can't talk, but I'll be listening. Hey, Killed Chrono, what's up? Good to see you. Originally, there was going to be a total of 8 power sources in all, but the fandom was so anti-4E that Wizards of the Coast gave up. It's fair enough, I guess. I don't know. This is the thing. The power source thing doesn't matter to me unless certain things are affected. Because like the martial stuff, it's not the same as like this is an anti-magic field, right? You know, like it doesn't mean anything to me. Like just say that wizards use arcane magic and you know all this kind of stuff. You don't have to say and also fighters use martial power. It's like no shit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't expect the man that never learned how to cast a spell to suddenly use a magic sword out of nowhere. You know?
Not with that attitude.
True.
monster stat block that contains all the information you need to run it. They're all playable right out of the book and don't require any preparation to run. Now here is a sample encounter taken right out of the monster manual. You've got your Drow Priest, who's basically running the show and coordinating all the bad guys.
Leader.
You've got your Drow Blade Master, who's a skirmisher. He's going to be darting in and out of the battlefield to try to take out the characters one by one. You've got 3 Drow Warriors. They're lurkers, so they're going to try to skulk around and get behind the characters. And then you got the big soldier here, the Umber Hulk, who's just in there to draw the characters to it and then beat them senseless.
Soldier, not a bird.
This is one of the encounter groups suggested in the Drow entry of the book. Each monster in the monster manual has at least one sample encounter, which gives you a roster of monsters that work nicely together as an encounter. You can throw that group of monsters straight into a fight, or use it to get a good idea of how to put together a combat encounter of your own.
Nice. Yeah. Ultimately, I think that whole thing about, like, with monsters and stuff is just beneficial. I just think it's good. The power source is
even
just...
if you...
sorry.
Even if you don't want to build the encounter that, you know, is outlined in the book, it at least does give you ideas like, okay, this might cooperate with this, or might be manipulated by this, or whatever. Because, you know, the Dark Elves, you know, sometimes could make use of Umber Hulks.
Yeah, totally.
And even if you don't want to do that, it at least gives you like, oh, these things live in the Underdark. Let's check them out. And then that might lead you on to like Grix or Grells or whatever.
True. I also just like the fact that you could just say, what do I need? What do I want to have in this fight? I want a controller. I want a fight, like a soldier. I want a leader, and maybe I'll have the leader also be a brute. You know, like it lets you play around with that stuff first, and then you can kind of design after like what they are, and kind of fit things in that actually work.
Yeah, it becomes easier to design encounters once you know, like, okay, I want 3 brutes and a controller. Okay, what's an appropriate brute for this area and CR?
Exactly.
And if there's not one, I'll just apply it to something else that's more appropriate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Maybe it happens to be a particularly large bugbear.
Yeah, totally. Power sources just represent the common theme between the classes that are of that source. Yeah, I know what it's for. I just think it's unnecessary. That's all. Or sorry, it is necessary to know how like a wizard uses arcane, right? Like it's necessary to know that, and a cleric uses divine magic, right? But it's unnecessary for my perspective that the whole power source thing is there. I feel like it's just they use arcane magic. They use, like, you just labeled the spell, you know, like just like what they do now. Or like this is or they label the class now, I think, in a way, more so than the spells. But the spells are no, they have arcane spells and divine spells. That's right.
Yes.
So I think that's just a better way to do it than everybody is this thing, you know, or uses this thing. I don't know. It's not
like you can supply somebody else with your power source on accident.
Yeah, like your martial power can't be transferred.
Yeah, it's I want to help I want to help the wizard cast his spell. Oh, well, you can't because you use martial power, not arcane. Shit.
Yeah, it sounds like a resource to me, I guess.
But I guess it's just words.
Yeah, and I guess it is more a personal thing, because I don't think it detracts too much. I just think that it's unnecessary, you know?
Yeah.
4th edition makes the game easier to run for Dungeon Masters. When you flip through the Dungeon Master's Guide, you see just how easy it is, whether you're a veteran DM or entirely new to the game. You'll find advice, tips, and guidelines for doing pretty much everything you want to do. The Dungeon Master's Guide covers everything from the basics of how to be DM, to running the game, all the way to creating your own monsters and running a campaign. A D&D adventure is really just a series of encounters, and a typical encounter includes one or more challenges that the heroes must work together to overcome. That could be fighting monsters, crossing a lava-filled cavern, or getting advice from a local wizard. All of these are different kinds of encounters, and the Dungeon Master's Guide is all about helping DMs build exciting encounters to challenge the players. And not just battles, but role-playing encounters, traps, hazards, and other non-combat encounters. A great example is the skill challenge. In a skill challenge, the characters work together to overcome whatever problems they face using skills rather than swords and spells. It gives everyone in the party an opportunity to shine by combining clever thinking and role-playing to help tell an exciting story. For example, a good skill challenge is the urban chase, where the characters are chasing a villain through busy city streets, using skills like acrobatics, athletics, and streetwise to catch up to the villain before he gets away. That's just one small piece of what you'll find in the Dungeon Master's Guide that'll help you create exciting encounters, memorable adventures, and campaign worlds filled with detail.
Are skill challenges like new, quote unquote, at this point? Because I don't know.
I think they were. I think they might have been.
Because if that's the case,
new-ish.
To be fair, I don't remember if 3.5 has anything on skill challenges, but like I feel like people did them, you know.
Yeah.
It's more of now it's in the book, right?
Yeah.
Which is interesting to me. But it's also one of those things that I'm like, skill challenges were considered new at the time. Okay, interesting. Oh my god, this video. Hey, Reels Lawyer, what's up?
Hey.
Yeah, if that's the case, then that's interesting to me because I feel like I remember people like, or at least for when we were playing 3.5 way back when we were learning D&D. I feel like skill challenges, we did some of those, though not exactly like these are now. You know?
Yeah. You did skill challenges, they just weren't really called skill challenges.
Yeah, it was just, this is what you're doing now.
Yeah.
Excuse me. In 4E, the Bard is an arcane leader that specializes in taking multi-classing feats. Okay, gotcha. Guess Marshall could just be shorthand for not magical. Yeah, basically. Skill challenges... Oh, sorry. But how skill challenges were written made them a lot more iffy and complicated than they should have been. Really? Let me look at this really quick, because I have it right here. You have... designing skill challenges. Excuse me. Oh, my goodness.
Yep. You're me earlier.
Goal and context is your first step. Then level and complexity is your second step. Then skills, what are the skills that you want to use? Then other conditions. Then consequences. And that's it. That doesn't seem very complex just from the headers, but if I were to read into it, maybe it would be more complex. I'll look into it later. We'll see. But anyway, almost done.
Add in things like dungeon tiles and miniatures, and your D&D game really comes to life.
Squares.
All of this is just the start of what you and your friends can bring to the table when you get together to roll some dice and have fun with 4th edition.
Thanks, Chris. Well,
what a nice video. What a great pitch.
That is it. I mean, it's honestly,
it is from him, so it pretty much is.
It's a fine pitch.
Yeah.
It does regrettably feel more like I'm getting taught like the basics of D&D than 4E specifically.
Well,
yeah, pretty much.
With the monster thing, I think, and the
like
it does
building
give you
stuff.
It does give you less of, I think, specifics that would make 4E stand out so much, but I think it's enough for you to go, what the fuck is a controller? You know, and all that kind
I gotta
of
buy this book.
Yeah, no, it certainly does a good job of, like I said, the archetypes are a fantastic addition.
Yeah. Right, in 3.5 we just said what we were going to try to do and rolled to see if it worked. Skill challenge sounds more like something the DM would have set up beforehand. Yeah. Also, skill challenges were a last-minute inclusion at the end of playtesting. Before them, 4E playtesting had a PBTA skill resolution system. A PBTA style of skill resolution with variable results instead of just pass and fail. But they tossed it in the end because they felt that players wouldn't like it. That's dumb.
Indeed.
I think you should have varying degrees of success and failure.
Yes, you absolutely should.
Just like any skill-based system has.
Yes.
I suppose he's pitching it to people who might not necessarily have played D&D before. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
But yeah, okay, that's our introduction. We've done an hour and 44 minutes. That's right. That seems appropriate.
Appropriate for our track record.
That's right. That's right. Well, that's one out of what are my 10 that I have here to choose from.
Oh my god.
Very cool. Now I just see skill challenges as a precursor to clocks that we get in Blades in the Dark. So this is the thing. I consider any from how I play them and how I've played them, skill challenges are just, we are in a situation that requires you to figure out a decision as to how you're going to traverse the situation or enable you to do what you need to do, right?
Yes.
So like you said with the chase encounter, I ran one where they were being chased. The players were being chased through this what was it? This genie's city that he owned.
Ooh.
And yeah, I think it was the Brass City or something.
Shit, okay.
And they had alerted guards to their presence because mortals aren't supposed to be there unless they're enslaved.
Yes.
And so they were there with armor and stuff. And so they were let's go get them, right? And so I had them they even split up, and so I had them do individual kinds of things.
Nice.
And so it was oh, okay, how do you you're going through this alleyway between these two buildings. It continues on into the street, the main street on the other side, it looks like. But there's also a path here that you could take, that you could turn right into. Where do you want to go? And then they say, oh, okay, I want to take the path on the right. And I'm okay. So now you're going through and you see that there's a ladder that goes up, and there's also a kind of a clothesline kind of thing that's hanging between these buildings. So either you can go up the ladder just fine and probably get up there as much as you can, as quickly as you can, or you could try to go through where the clothesline is, try to avoid that, and maybe hopefully have your guy behind you get tangled up a little bit, because he's in heavy armor and he's trying to go after you, right? And so they would make their choice, and I would have them roll an appropriate check of athletics to try to climb the ladder a lot, or acrobatics or something to kind of dodge through the clotheslines and stuff, or whatever they would maybe make an argument for in that situation, if there's a more relevant skill they want to use, and just kind of go from there and go through and present them with these little inconveniences, right? That the pursuing party might also need to then go through, and if they go through, whether or not they pass or fail, they might get farther away or closer, and that's the whole point of that skill challenge set that I would give them. Whereas there's another kind of skill challenge set that I would kind of put forth of okay, you guys are trying to create a potion, right? This is a serious business potion. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Right. Okay. So what do you want to do? Do you want to be the leader of this? Do you want to try to, put it all together? Okay. I'll let you use your intelligence, knowledge of potion making or whatever the fuck. Right. And then somebody else is trying to look for maybe ingredients or maybe a formula that's inside of this building or where they are, because the master potion maker is away and they're trying to look for something to help them figure out how to make this potion better or more efficiently or make it stronger, whatever. And then have them use different skills to kind of aid in this group effort of making this potion, right? So that could be a skill challenge as well. It's really just whatever the fuck.
So this is where we reach the point, Aiden's weekly weigh-in of how he has relevant stuff like that going on in his campaign.
Boy. This never happens.
So right now the players are in an area where they're trying to make it's sort of an herbicide mixed with a poison to get rid of this plant / creature. It's a plant that has some animal tendencies to it. So brewing it is not a small feat, but fortunately, the party has someone, the rogue, who was raised by an alchemist
Mm.
and has a lot of like alchemy experience. And I'm like, yeah, sure, you can definitely take the lead. The party, while they were all traveling to a place where they figured ingredients would be, also were doing a good job of everyone keeping an eye out for ingredients and describing different ways that they did so.
Mm.
So because they all were sufficiently different from each other, they all rolled different checks.
Yeah.
um I allowed advantage for the actual brewing of the potion
Yeah.
because I was like, yeah, sure, describe specifically how you are helping brew the potion.
Mhm.
As a layman who doesn't know a dandelion from like a widow's vow.
Right. Yeah.
What you doing? Um, tell me, the chemist, how you would help me brew like a solution.
Right.
Sell it to me. And they successfully
Sir,
did
this is a
so.
Taco Bell.
They successfully did so. They're like, yeah, basically, I'm just gonna have the rogue walk me through what's going to happen, and at times, I'm gonna hand the ingredients to the rogue at the right time.
Right.
Then at one point, they have a dragon, or it's technically a drake, a shadow drake, but he's obsessed with the idea of being a dragon, and he's very grandiose and like, yes, me. And at one point in time, he was wandering close and would have served as a distraction for brewing the potion.
Mm.
Um, but then immediately the person who is handing the ingredients stopped doing that and said, "Oh, hey, Venrith, come over here. I found a mirror you can admire yourself in."
Nice.
And I'm like golf clapping because I'm like, hell yeah, like dodging the fuck past that.
Right.
But it is when they when they were in town, leaving town, entering it the first time, and soon to be entering it again. They have to roll DCs
Mhm.
for to not accidentally step on a vine and get like whipped by another vine.
Right.
Um and while both are skill check or skill, yeah, you use skill checks to pass a scenario basically. I will say the the potion brewing and ingredient hunting
Mhm.
has been a lot more rewarding for both me and my players.
Yeah. Totally.
So, those who are listening, do definitely consider using skill checks as a way of like progressing certain encounters,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Totally.
Just be careful with how you do so and consider, is this perhaps gonna feel like a bit of a slog?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Skill challenges are great for downtime activities that take longer than a single skill check. Yeah, can be. Absolutely. And any scene of action that would take a full encounter of time to do so. Yeah. Can robbing a bank vault or be a downtime activity or some random rich person's house, I guess? No. No.
Oh, no?
No, I wouldn't say so. Absolutely
No.
not. Unless you're
Full
like
adventure.
a master thief at that point, where
Oh, yeah,
you know,
true.
like, yeah, that kind of thing is like, oh no, that's a whole thing. Um, It'd be an encounter activity. You plan the heist, scope out the area, see if you can bribe anyone, determine security measures, etc. Each of them can be a skill roll that get applied to the overall challenge. Could be, yeah. The players can describe how they are using the skills in question. Yeah. The problem with how skill challenges are presented in 4E is that it does lead to a definitive pass-fail end result by the raw. And that can rub players the wrong way because it comes off as gamey. Okay. That reminds me, say what you will about Southern sweet tea, but at least we don't use sugar of lead, aka lead acetane?
Astatine?
Astatine?
No. ACETATE.
Acetane?
Yes.
Hold on. Type it out. Put it.
It's in the chat. Hang on. It's that.
Oh, acetate.
Acetate. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, that. My brain could not read that. Anyway.
For some reason.
Yeah. I don't. As a sweetener. Today I learned that was a thing. Acetate. That's right. Today I learned that was a thing. Well, sweet tea sucks anyway, so.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Indeed.
It's horrible. Anyway, so let's, I guess let's take a midpoint break here. Let's do the thing that we usually do. We haven't even covered an actual damnation video on 4E yet. We've only really delved into.
We've only had
described.
It been pitched to us.
That's right. That's right. But we've also clarified a few things. We've gone into a few things, and hey, hopefully you've learned a couple of things about 4E. If you have, and if you've enjoyed it so far, well, that's pretty good. You might be one of these lovely people here on our Patreon. Why? I'm trying. Did I do good? Yes. Did I do it? Okay. Well, you know, it's better than nothing. So hey, we have a Patreon. it's over on patreon.com/TableTalk DND.
Would you like a quick pointer, Alejo?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh yeah.
So we have a Patreon, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And on that Patreon are people who give us money, which
That's true.
I consider tantamount to being friends.
Okay, well, parasocial. I hate this.
I was swallowing.
You know what? It deserved.
I do deserve it.
Anyway, so this is a thank you to all of our patrons so far. You joining the Patreon, of course, will be getting a free custom dice set when those come out. We are getting closer and closer to that goal. I can't even file my tax return until the 31st, which fucking sucks. But I'm going to be putting as much of that towards it as I need to in order to get us to the rest of the way. So it's coming. As soon as they give me my money, then I will get us dice, friends. Don't worry. But that being said, thank you to Draco Kraken at tier 4. Mog Zero, thank you as well at tier 4. Rick, aka Unit Rico, at tier 4, thank you. Slazer at tier 4, thank you as well. Steely at tier 4, thank you so much. Drake Cross at tier 3, thanks for holding the line there. Chris at tier 2, thank you. Frozen Spaghetti at tier 2, thank you as well. Kill Chrono, who I know you're listening right now. Thank you so much.
That's creepy. How do you know that?
That's right. Because he said he was in the chat.
Oh.
Fucking, it's not creepy if I reference a thing that was said. God.
I didn't know he said it. I thought you were just like watching him through the window.
That's right. I do that too. Anyway. And last but not least, Lux, the Fiendish Fool. I'll read your entire thing there now, because I can read that. Thank you as well at tier 2. If you want to join, again, at tier 2 and up, you will be able to get those custom dice when they come. as well as I'm going to see about doing some special stuff for the patrons as well in the future here when I have fucking time. So, it'll happen.
So never?
Shut up, it'll happen, I promise. I'm trying to do these things for you, I promise.
I know. You're just always fucking busy lately.
Yeah, I am. Other than that, of course, you can go over to TeePublic and get our logo on a shirt or a mug or whatever the fuck that they have. And a percentage of that will go towards the artist who made our logo as well as our custom PFPs. Not the one that Aiden's using now, but the ones that are all over the other places.
I have a bit going with a friend right now.
I understand. You're fine. Don't worry about it at all. So, other than that, of course, you can support us through a Humble Bundle, because we are partnered.
Very, very humble.
And also so humble, that's right.
That's why they sponsored us for our humility.
We just applied and they said yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
Did you tell them that we were humble at least?
I didn't need to.
Oh, you should have. They would have sponsored us more.
You're right. So, something to note here, there is a Pathfinder First Edition bundle here that you can get if you're interested in 1E, which is pretty cool. It is 3.5, but a little different, and it is pretty good. So if you're into that at all, there is a bundle here for you. But other than that, there are games and stuff, and percentage of it when you use our link that is also in the description, as all of these things have been, it goes towards Tabletop Alliance, which is also linked in the description for you to learn more about their charity efforts. So support us, support charity, support the companies that put these things out. Do whatever you want. You can customize it however you want, because Humble is cool like that. So, thank you. I see that winky face, Kill Chrono. I see that. So, excuse me. Might check if the 1E bundle has any modules. I think it might. Maybe. I would argue from the titles alone, Blood of the Elements, Bastards of Galorian, People of the Sands, Blood of the Moon, all of these things seem like they might have some in there. But I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Game Geeks had a flaming negative review of 4E if you want drama and anger. Hey, man, don't you spoil, because I already have... That was going to be the next one, because I do and did look around. So, exciting news, everyone. We're moving on to an actual review on D&D 4E.
Here we go.
Yes, this one coming to us.
We're all experts in 4E at this point.
That's right. Basically as much as anybody needs to be.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, let me find it here. This is a two-parter.
Oh, boy.
They're under 10 minutes each. So, it'll take us a good 2 hours.
Yes.
So, this is... let me get everything on the screen and stuff after I put this here. There we go. There it is. Oh, it's so loud in the beginning. God, I hate that. Okay. Sorry, everybody. All right. He has two parts, by the way. I got you.
Glad mine was already turned down.
Yeah, it's really loud. Yep. Sorry, everybody. Okay. So, because he starts with a little bit, which is fair enough, you know. But this is Game Geeks number 91. Dungeons and Dragons 4th Edition by Game Geeks RPG. So, here we go, everybody.
Hello, gentle viewers. Sorry to hit you with the laser screwdriver right away, but there seems to be a slight misunderstanding in how we operate around here. You see, I've stated previously on internet forums, on our question and answer periods, and on some of our viewer mail episodes that I don't like to do negative reviews. The reason for this is severalfold. As I've mentioned earlier, these works are people's children. They put a lot of work into them, and I don't see the point in tearing them apart. I love my hobby.
Why would that be a reason?
Yeah, that shouldn't be a reason why you don't want to do negative reviews.
So
basically, you don't want to do negative reviews because you don't want to hurt people's feelings.
Right, exactly. I understand the sentiment, I guess, but that isn't.
So what I have heard is freely admitting that he is not a unbiased source.
True. True.
That's a good point.
Like the idea of being a role-playing evangelist, and therefore just telling people what's there, what's interesting, and why you should be looking into the hobby more than you may be. And I consider myself to be a fairly nice guy. Apparently that's not good enough for some of you. You want blood on the water. You want to see just how badly I can tear into something. You want to see just what I think a bad game is.
Not particularly.
All right.
I just don't want you to coward out.
To go with the old
yeah, exactly. It's just, hey, why don't you just, I don't know, say exactly what you feel about something and give me the reasons why and why not, and stick to it and not, I don't know, back down, you bitch.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Adage,
we're getting it
be
now.
very careful what you wish for. So,
God, I'm so careful.
For today's review, something not so good. Set this to repair.
It took way. I understand it's a bit. It took way too long.
Yeah.
Speed that up. Yes, kill, destroy, says Lux, or just be honest, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back, gentle viewers. Today's review, something I said I wasn't going to do because of the no bad review policy, but a lot of people have requested it, and I feel like it does need to be reviewed, because it is the 8,000-pound gorilla in the corner that people want to know about. Ladies and gentlemen, Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition.
Right.
Subtitled, No, It's Really Not That Good. Small history.
Ha 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 ha. Also, I want everybody to remember that this this video came out in 2009. Okay. Both of these videos did. So,
and when did 4th edition come out?
I don't know.
Look on the book; it might have like the release date on it.
True.
Like on the back of it.
Yeah, let me look on the back of my totally legitimate copy that I have here.
Yes. Obviously.
Doesn't say on there. Let me look at the front inside here.
You may as well just Google it then.
Yeah, that's true. 2008.
Okay, so 1 year after the fact.
Yeah, it looks like it says 2008 here. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I see in the inside of my totally legitimate book cover.
With me in Dungeons & Dragons. I go way back, Dungeons & Dragons. 30 years this year I have been role-playing, and it all started back with D&D and the Caves of Chaos, as I've mentioned earlier.
Cool.
Never even heard of that.
D&D 3rd was met with me with mixed results. I liked some of what they did. I didn't like some of what they did. But at the end of the day, I could recognize the damned thing as Dungeons & Dragons.
Oh boy.
3.5 cleaned it up in some ways, still made it fairly complicated, but I liked it because I could recognize the damned thing as Dungeons & Dragons.
Oh boy.
Okay, so as long as the thing has Dungeons & Dragons on it, and it is Dungeons & Dragons, you will like it. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
He will recognize it as Dungeons and Dragons, whatever that means.
That's, you know what? If that's your standard, then you should like 4E.
Indeed.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ruslayer, as well. He says 2008, so there you go.
How would I put this? I have doubts as to his qualifications as an objective source and reviewer.
I mean, let's be honest, we don't even know if he was consulted, so.
True. Yeah, he's already poisoning the well a bit.
Yeah, that's a very good way to put it.
He's quite literally going, well, I liked 3rd edition because I knew it was D&D, and then 3.5 because I knew it was D&D. It's like, I wonder where he's going with this.
Yeah.
3.5 had mixed results. Those are some bold remarks there, Cotton. Yeah. For him, like, to be fair, for him, sure. If he didn't like 3.5 aspects and 3 aspects, sure. Fair enough. That's perfectly reasonable. Here's the thing. I hated 4E when it first came out too. I reacted much like other haters when I saw it, tossed it over my shoulder. Didn't like it till the PHB 2 book came out. Fair enough. Sure. Didn't really get to like it until I actually played it and saw it in action. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Enter 4th edition. Now, I'll say this for Wizards. They gave you plenty of warning 4th edition was coming, with monthly updates and weekly previews and all the wonderful things they were going to do with 4th edition that I read through, looked at, scratched my head and went, huh? This is 4th edition? This is D&D? Really? But I kept an open mind. And then on the day of the release, I went to my favorite bookstore, grabbed all 3 books, sat down, had a cup of coffee, started flipping through them. And at the end of the day, my opinion was, this is Dungeons & Dragons? Really? The main complaint I have with D&D 4th is that it is almost unrecognizable from its predecessors.
Already no.
Already no.
100% no.
That doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing, though.
Yeah,
also
that's
true.
The other thing.
Also true. So like we said, like I was talking about in the beginning, the very big difference here, the marginal difference thing that they've done is the powers and like the class thing, like that. Yeah. It's still the classes. It's still like all the same kind of stuff. It's just the powers that are really the strange thing, and the use of squares instead of feet. I don't know, like that's right, like because it really does cement, though, at least with the squares thing, to me it cements the fact that they wanted you to play this on a board with or some sort of thing that had drawn like lines and stuff. Like you had to get your piece of graph paper.
A grid.
Yeah, a grid. You had to get your piece of graph paper in order to play this, because a square is a square, though you can easily extrapolate 5 feet per square, like easily. This review is a performance for the anti-4E crowd. I was one of them. I was on the Pathfinder 1 side of the war. Now I want to try it out, having played Pathfinder 2. Go figure. Yeah, there you go. If this is quite literally a performance, like if this is in the sense of these aren't actually like he's being like hyperbolic or, you know, just trying to get the goodwill of that crowd, then that's fucking scummy and shit. And that he should be ashamed of making a video like that, because that takes away from your fucking integrity. If that's the case. If I'm wrong, I'll take that back. Anyway.
I hope
that I'm wrong. Absolutely.
Yeah,
if this is how he actually feels, then his integrity is intact at least, but he's wrong.
Yes. It's okay to be wrong.
It's okay to be wrong. As long as you're, you know, not a shitbag. Does this council recognize him as a reviewer? I mean, he's about the same quality as a lot of reviewers that I've seen. So
yeah. I mean, being unwilling to do negative reviews is very telling, and not a good sign at all.
No, it's not. It's the whole thing of like, I understand that you want to be positive and shit, but you want to make the good stand out by also showing the bad.
Yeah, and you want to try to improve the bad.
Yes. So when I say that it's my favorite edition of D&D, that's how much of a turnaround I had from when it first came out and how I felt after playing it for a campaign. That's fair enough, yeah.
Nice.
That's the thing. If you don't like if you just completely brush something off just because of the way it looks, that's fair enough. Like you're totally, it's totally in your prerogative to do so. But if you actually try it and you like it,
great.
Well, that's great. Like you just have to be
willing to admit that that's what's going on.
Yes, exactly.
And I mean, hell, I have stuff like that. For example, I can't stand the way One Piece looks. The anime, I hate the way it looks.
Sure,
so I haven't watched it, even though it's one of the longest running and most popular animes out there.
Oh, yeah.
I can't stand the art style.
That's fair enough.
I know that's completely superficial, but I can't help it.
Yeah, totally. And that's totally fair.
I mean, I'm the same way with Sekiro Shadows to Die Twice. Like, I love FromSoft games. Can't stand Sekiro.
There you go. Absolutely. Who needs integrity in a war? That's right. That's right. That's why war crimes are okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Wait.
Well, I mean, hey, Putin already knows that. So.
A lot of hate comes from 4E being a paradigm shift in presentation. 4E reveals the wizard behind the curtain, so to speak. It puts the game aspect of D&D first in presentation. It defines things previously left undefined.
You were gonna say it reveals the wizard on the coast.
It reveals the wizard that's on the coast. There he is.
It's like that doesn't really make sense, and I love it.
I found him. There he is.
He was there. Turns out it wasn't just a fucking moniker. He actually was on the coast.
Oh my god, he's having a beach day, dude. That's crazy.
Beach wizard. Oh my god.
He is a reviewer, but we do not give him the rank of master. That's right. He's not a dungeon master. That's right.
Indeed.
Anyway.
Sure, some of the same tropes are there. You still use a 20-sided die. Congratulations. That's not too confusing. There are still some of the standard races. Humans, really, humans are still there. Yay! Elves, although elves have now been split into two different races.
That implies that you didn't want humans to be there?
Yeah,
What?
Did you want humans to be taken away?
I don't understand. What's the point of that?
I think he just wanted... Maybe he just wanted humans to have, like, a lesser role?
Maybe, or maybe it's just a joke. I don't know.
I don't know. It's like the way he worded it, if it was a joke, he's shit at delivery.
Or perhaps it's just of course humans are there.
Yeah, it could be that
So,
too.
like, the yay is supposed to show mock surprise.
Maybe, yeah, okay. Also, Draco Kraken says, agreed on Sekiro and hate that it's just a parry fest. There you go. I've heard that as well, actually. Anyway, I want to go back because I wasn't paying attention.
Still some of the standard races.
Humans. Oh, yeah. This is the thing as well. He's saying that it's unrecognizable, and he's starting to list or barely recognize.
Yeah, he's starting to list shit that are like that's familiar.
Yeah, exactly. Stuff that is in D&D. Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Really, humans are still there. Yay! Elves, although elves have now been split into two different races, the elves and the Eladrin, if I'm beginning to pronounce it correctly, which is in essence really driving home the difference between the wood elf and the high elf. Okay, you might argue that harkens back to Tolkien a little bit more, but still,
okay.
It does help slightly in that you no longer have 15,000 sub-races of elf you have to trip over yet. Yes,
What's
Wizards
wrong
of the
with
Coast,
that?
I'm watching you.
Yeah, exactly. What is wrong? Okay, so
yeah, what's wrong with having more variety in elves? You've got wood elves, you've got sea elves, high elves, dark elves.
Yeah.
What's the issue here?
That's the thing. He even points out the fact that used to be a thing in 3.5 where you had all of those things all everywhere in every source book. You had a different elf basically.
Yeah, but I mean, who cares?
Which was fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
It'd actually be kind of interesting to do a campaign where everybody is a different kind of elf.
Absolutely. Like, I assume this is just him. I don't know what the purpose of this is now.
It's a bad appeal to humor.
I hope so, because otherwise he's just continuing.
He's just saying shit.
Yeah. Otherwise he's just continuing to list these things where they just continue to make me go, that's in D&D, okay.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, okay. They've done something different by giving two elves. Man. crazy. That
They've done something different by giving 2 elves when ordinarily there would have been 7.
that's right.
Is that the argument?
Well, so in core 3 and 3.5, they just had elves, and then later on they added those elves, which is fair enough. Like, it is a deviation from the norm, but it's not that notable unless you're like the notability of it is just a fact, and that's it. It's not good or bad. It's just there.
Yeah.
Right? And anyway,
Yeah.
don't take away moon elves. That's right.
Oh, moon elves were a thing? That's fucking sweet.
I don't actually know, but
Oh, if there is, that's awesome. I didn't know that.
Then you have dwarves. There's no subdivision to dwarves. They're still just dwarves. Gnomes, completely gone. All right, let's face it. Everyone out there who ever played a gnome, raise your hand.
Really?
1, 2, oh, you're just scratching? Okay, sorry. So...
okay. It's just disingenuous.
I'm getting a lot of Cody. I'm getting a lot of Cody from this. And I don't like that.
These bits are getting better and better.
Yeah.
And by better, you mean worse? Or more painful?
It's debatable.
It's painful for me. If you like him, that's fine.
I like things that are shitty, though.
Okay, fair. Yeah,
it's
fair.
just at this point, I'm just cringing.
That's me.
It's just cringe and okay. Ha 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 ha. No one played gnomes, even though ha 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 ha. Many people have played gnomes because gnomes are kind of cool sometimes.
Yeah, gnomes are great. And what the fuck's the issue?
You don't like gnomes.
I mean,
good to know, I guess. Neat.
I'll admit, I have never played a gnome, even though I have played a lot of characters before. However, I wouldn't feel disinclined to playing a gnome.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
And
I think my biggest problem is that it's like, hey, you play a gnome? Who the fuck are you? You don't play gnome. Nobody play gnomes. It's just a slap in the face to people who do like to.
It's weird. It's weirdly gatekeepy, and I don't like that because it's just like, why should gnomes be looked at as not?
Why
as
are they
good?
being delegated to like fucking laughing stock? Apparently,
I don't understand. It's a gnome. It's like, what is it? Because gnomes are stereotypically annoying? Are you going off a stereotype? My dude, that's racist.
Indeed.
Like, I don't know. What the fuck what are we doing here, you know?
You can't say the N-word, that's racist.
That's right. But like, it's obviously, you know.
A very a unique take.
Okay.
Which is, I like to let people have their fun.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Man, you should like, oh man.
You should like run a game, but then again, I can't ask you to do that. I'm calling you to change your entire life.
That's right.
True.
That's right.
I will kindly thank you to limit your bigotry by asking me to run a game.
That's right. Oh my god, I don't know who should be more insulted. There were moon elves. It was a Forgotten Realms race. There you go.
Nice.
Also, gnomes are cool. Yeah.
Yes.
Bella Lost Souls posted a video a month about titled Why D&D 4E is better than 5E. Oh, neat. We might I think, wait, did I actually put one of Bella Lost Souls? Because I remember seeing that name now. Regardless, I think it's on my radar. Don't worry. Okay. You probably won't enjoy the rest of this. Lol. First Stage Gaming is a fan and goes through pages of the PHB. Okay. Well, I just want to point out how fucking wrong he is. So here we go.
Yeah.
Really, gnomes are gone. Halflings are still there. They've redesigned how everyone looks. One of the few good things I can say about these books is they are very pretty. They are very well done. The art is nice, and there are very few examples of the chainmail bikini left anymore. Is this good? Is this bad? I'll leave that for you to decide. There is something slightly reminiscent.
What's wrong with a chainmail
bikini?
I mean, that doesn't make any sense, but I mean, Never mind. That's
Yeah,
not. It's
it
kind of an
doesn't- yeah,
ancillary
it
issue.
doesn't-
My
it
bad.
doesn't
I
matter.
won't do anything.
You're fine. You're fine. It's literally just like, hey, the one good thing I can say is good. Also,
Good art.
is it good?
Yeah.
You decide. I guess
Fucking
that's
hell.
more towards the chainmail bikini. I don't fucking know. I don't care.
Yeah.
Anyway.
and the gravity-defying breasts and the chainmail bikinis.
Oh, okay.
But okay, I can live with that. Other races they've included.
I suppose.
Tieflings are now an official.
Oh, I'm sorry. People have.
I can live with that.
Yeah, people have decided to change their art style and also made it so that things make more sense.
I can live with
I
that.
can live with that. Okay.
Fuck off.
Like, it doesn't matter. Like, who cares?
D&D race. Now, I never cared for tieflings, the offspring, the scion, if you will, of humans and something from the infernal planes. But they're there because people like them. My question is, why not the equivalent from the good planes? Why not the Iasmar? Why not bring those in as well? What? Those are probably coming out in other books? Milking it for more money? The hell you say? Now,
Yeah, because
Shut
they
the
didn't
fuck.
do
Don't.
what-
Okay.
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 Okay, so
Have you ever
Alright.
played 3 and 3.5?
Have you ever
Because there
played
were more
a-
than one books.
A fucking TTRPG with supplements?
I bear multiple contentions.
Please.
Yes.
Like I
Please
was
unload this.
I was literally going to get up so I could go grab a different ice cream. But then I got reeled back in.
Mm.
So you say, oh, why not the good equivalent? Like, you know what? From a myopic point of view, I agree with you.
Myopic manatee.
Because yeah, if you have a half evil race, narratively speaking,
Mm.
then it makes sense for you to have a half good race. Like balance. However, need I remind you that there is something, a type of devil,
Mm.
a demon actually, known as succubi and incubi, whose whole thing is getting you to sleep with them.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing like that for angels.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not.
I don't look at a set of like wheels within wheels with eyes all along all of the wheels.
That's
and go,
right. Biblically accurate
Mm.
angels. Hell yeah.
Yeah, baby girl,
That's
like
right.
nah. And even if I did, do you not also think the succubi and incubi could take that form too?
Yeah. Right.
It's true.
Yeah.
That would be hysterical.
It'd be so good.
So let's not act like it is that egregious or shocking
Yeah.
that a race with a higher head count, because
Yeah.
more people are sleeping with devils than sleeping with angels.
Yeah, because
Let it-
angels are kind of above that, both figuratively and literally.
Yeah, let's not act like them not being included in the base game is that bizarre.
Yeah.
However, yes, I do agree with you from a game design standpoint. If I'm going to be releasing a game and I'd be like, oh yeah, these people are like, Satan is their sugar daddy, then it would make sense for you to then naturally go, okay, is there people that have God as their sugar daddy?
Right.
Yeah, they're called clerics.
Yeah. Warlocks and clerics.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Warlocks who worship boring people, at least. Not enough tentacles.
Remind me, Boo, there's a meme I gotta send to you.
Okay.
So, oh yeah, this brings me on to my third contention, which was the what's that? Milking it for more money?
Christ, yeah.
Yeah, get fucked.
Kindly, this is the most annoying straw man
Yeah.
bit that there has ever been.
Yeah.
And I would kindly implore you to stop.
Exactly.
Yeah. It gets so fucking
it's
old.
almost-
And now, admittedly,
Mhm.
it being annoying is
It doesn't detract from a potential correctness, but it's still stupid.
yes,
Because they are still a business.
Yes, I was gonna
Also-
say business.
Yes, that's the point I was going to bring up next. But
I'm sorry.
it
You can still bring it up.
it being annoying is to me. It's annoying to me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I am perfectly willing to admit that I may be the bastard here. However, due to the fact that in our sample size of 3 people, I find myself among the majority of like, not a good bit.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Not a bit. It's just trying
stupid.
It's just trying to pander to some like whoever the fuck you're trying to pander to with that, they don't understand how life is. Like how business works, how like it's always worked for these kinds of games. Like you want to make profit. So you like, and I understand there is
I want you to invent everything that 4E will ever make,
right,
and then release it in one mega book.
Ah, I see. Yes.
Yeah,
and I want the mega book to cost $5.
The other, like, I understand like artistic value and like all that kind of stuff. I get that, but even that shit takes time, okay?
And money. Yeah, because he's pandering to the people who would get mad at an artist selling his painting for money instead of starving to death.
He's pandering to children.
Yes.
He's pandering to children because children don't understand how things work. They want it all, and they want it right now, and they want it all together. They don't want to wait for it. They don't understand that quality takes time. They don't understand that it's a business. Like that, it's just you're appealing to people that don't have a developed brain, my friend. Like it's just what you're doing. I'm sorry.
You're appealing to people who want all Monster Hunter games to release with G immediately.
Exactly.
Broken.
Well, so this is
he gets annoyed at Sunbreak.
That's fine.
Alejo, to be fair, that's now starting to get a little straw manny.
What? Okay. What? I guess if he's okay, so then I'll amend it. I guess he's appealing to people that are going to be swayed by this argument, who seem to not realize that this is just how things work.
Yeah,
I'll keep it at that. But like it gets to that point of like, what are you like? Who are you talking to, other than a child? Right? Like, because I don't understand who actually like thinks about these things, who actually has experience with the world, who actually is like able to look at this stuff and go, oh, that's a release, and I'll wait for another one, because they're still working on more stuff, because they still have other ideas, and they only had a specific amount of budget to do
amount of time to do it during the release,
right?
And that they'll come back for more later, because they have always done that.
It's not something that I think a rational person would fucking think. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway,
You're weird.
There's a lot of comments here. What we got in the chat here? What are you saying? What are you saying over here? I like the chainmail bikini. There you go. Good.
Yeah, right?
Chainmail bikinis are good for bards. Charisma bonus. True. Kill Chrono says, I get people who like rules light systems or comparatively light systems like 5e over crunchy tactics-based systems like 4e, but lots of the 3.5 to 4e hate seems to so performative. Like, the only difference between 3.5 and a tactics-focused system is 3.5 pretends it's easy to do theater of the mind with. I understand what you mean, though I would say pretending... Like, I think it's easy enough. I don't know. This is a guy who favors Savage Worlds a lot. I don't understand. Is Savage Worlds like more
Savage
complex?
Worlds is a skill-based game, actually.
Oh, okay. Okay. Is it more complex than this? Than 4E or something?
Not from what I've seen, no.
Okay. I don't know then.
Yeah, I've never played. I just have the book.
Okay. 3.5 is just as dependent on miniatures as 4E is. 4E just doesn't hide it. I don't know if any of them are necessarily dependent. It's just they help. Lux says sexy eye wheel. That's right. Exactly. If you like Savage Worlds,
I imagine two guys are like standing next to each other, and it's like, yo, is that girl over there giving me bedroom eyes? And then like they look over and it hard cuts to like a biblical power. Yeah. And it's like, I think she's giving you every eyes.
That'd be a good little comic, honestly.
That would be a great little, that'd be a great little like 2-panel comic.
Yeah. Exactly. If you like Savage Worlds, then why would he care for 3.5? Okay, so it's
true
on the same level. I get you. Angels arrive and tell you you're already pregnant. That's true.
Oh, fear not.
That's right. Succubi and chainmail bikini, eye candy for sure. There you go. Sleeping with a succubus is a given. Sleeping with an angel is legendary difficulty.
Yeah, it's true.
All right.
That assumes I'm not going for the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Angels just sneak the baby in you without you asking for it. At least you can see the succubi coming. True.
God damn it.
Angels want a rom-com perfect guy who cooks you dinner and tenderly hugs you with pillow talk. Succubi want a sub. True.
Well, unless they're into other shit.
True.
So then, which am I into if I want both?
A succubi, who's a switch.
Yeah, true.
Or am I like a half ASMR, half half ASMR, half tiefling character would be actually kind of cool.
Yeah,
it actually would be pretty sweet.
Be the bastard. It's all good. There you go. I'm pretty partial to succubi because my favorite character I played on a forum was a succubus who was obsessed with taking over the world, also because of Disgaea. There you go.
My character right now is a paladin who is an Aasimar, and his brother is a human, who looks. So both characters look half elven because they both have like one parent is a human, one parent is an elf. But they just somewhere along the line have a bit of Aasimar in the blood. And that's why Morty is an Aasimar, but Eric just looks, he's human. And Eric has recently bound himself to a daughter of Lilith named Raylis, who is a succubus.
Dude, Raylis. Dude, your mom's hot.
That's right.
Yeah, there's in the next campaign that we're playing, I'm playing Eric and Morty's nephew, actually.
Oh.
And we made the joke that one time oh god, hold on, sorry. Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Okay. When Gregor was just a young lad, he went to hell to Eric's house, and he came back different.
Yeah, He's kind of different.
Go figure. Having a child around succubi will mess up the child.
Crazy that. I've got a concept for a redeemed succubi who becomes angelic due to being good aligned, but is like a ethical sex worker. Basically goes around sleeping with people who need emotional comfort. She specializes in incels because God knows they need it the most.
Okay. That's really funny.
That's pretty good. I personally don't like having to buy multiple books to play a game, mostly due to space concerns and value. However, I do like buying multiple PDFs. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If, like, from a consumer point of view, multiple books are costly, and that's fair enough. Absolutely. If you don't want to buy multiple books, you don't have to. Don't fucking worry about it, right? Yeah. But that's your choice as the consumer. They can put out the product however they want, but it's your choice as the consumer whether or not you buy the product, you know? It's crazy that it's almost like you don't have to be completely devoted to a thing and always buy everything and always, you know, consume it if you're a fan. It's crazy. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Isn't half angels, half demons the plot of Diablo 3? I think so, actually.
Yeah, Nephilim.
Yeah.
Hey, Darksiders too.
No, true. Although, yeah, I think they go. I think they go more off of the actual, like, Nephilim thing, because Nephilim are just, in biblical terms, are just angels and humans, I think.
I think
demons and humans, actually.
No, I thought it was angels.
Because an angel wouldn't sleep with the human because God doesn't want it.
True.
But yeah, I believe in
also
Darksiders, it's angels and demons.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
There's also the other translation kind of thing where it's giants and humans. That's Nephilim.
Yeah.
How the hell does that work?
The biblical canon is that demons slept with humans. Like, the angels chose to fall so that they could essentially fall over a human, which is known scripturally as mega simping.
It's in the good book.
It is, in fact. But then the product of a union between a demon and a human sort of had fucked up genetic code.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then would become a giant.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right.
That's how you know someone's evil, by how big they are. Unless they're dogs, in which case it goes in the exact opposite.
That's right.
Yes.
I'm glad I'm small.
And also scripturally, the only difference, like, there's no difference between a demon and an angel, only whether or not they serve God.
Right, yeah.
Fair enough. That is true.
Yeah. Having children around succubi, this guy had two? There you go. Nephilim were spawned from fallen angels who slept with humans, I think. There you go. Fallen angels slept with humans and gave birth to the Nephilim. There you go. All right. Thank you. All right. So,
you know that's how you're pretty lucky if you were born a human. Shout out to all my dogs out there that are listening and watching and know what I'm saying.
That's right.
When the human race is apparently so damn attractive that even angels want to bang.
That's right.
It's so weird.
Holy shit, mega sipping destroyed me.
It's Leviticus
4:10, obviously.
Leviticus 4:20.
4:20. Damn.
There we go.
Damn, that's much better. No. Fuck me. No, it's Leviticus 6:9. You idiot.
Yeah, that's true. Either one, really.
Leviticus chapter 4:20, verse 69.
There it is. There it is.
Except it's not Leviticus, it's Love-viticus.
There are chants in the Bible. All right, yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going.
This isn't something that Wizards is alone in doing. And now they've introduced the Dragonkin. Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen a lot of draconic creatures introduced for some reason in recent years into my fantasy and sci-fi games. They all have them. Let's count them off, shall we? Yes, let's. Now D&D 4th has made them completely official, and again, the 8,000-pound gorilla sitting in the corner of the room means everyone has to jump on the bandwagon. But wait, there's more. There's Dragonkin and Sundered Skies, which is my
There's an issue with...
Okay, this is irrelevant. Fucking, who cares if it's in other things? What does this have to do with anything? Also, why is it a bad thing? They had half-dragons in 3.5 and 3. They had Dragonborn, and they were made by humans that put themselves inside of a dragon egg and then came out as a dragonborn because they were so devoted to their dragon people. Like,
holy shit, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's sick. It's actually really sick. I wish it was still that
Nephilim were made by humans that put themselves inside of a demon.
That's right. That's right. And then there were the dragon priests as well, but they were different dragonkin. Like, there's so many dragonkin. Like, what?
And I mean,
what does it matter?
You know, even removed from games, even the fucking novels, Dragonlance, that were made by Wizards of the Coast, had Draconians in them.
That's
Same
right.
thing.
Like, what's the issue here? Did you not like it then? Okay, then you're consistent. That's good. But what's the problem?
And then, Tolkien had elves, and Santa has elves, and the fucking keyboard has elves. Fucking why do we have elves in our game?
That's right.
What the fuck?
Exactly. You could take something else entirely. Humans are in everything. God, like, who cares?
God, why the fuck are they in this game? Maybe he was actually being serious about that whole sarcastic yay. Right. Oh, Jesus.
Right, I remember Dragonkin getting some hate. I think it was just because it was new. I mean, sure, fuck it. Let's also remember kobolds exist, true.
Yeah.
Dragonborn lore, speaking of simps, true. That's right. They get in the egg, they get to become a dragon. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Just Precious Savage Worlds games. Okay, it's there. How about Slipstream? Well, sci-fi games have had dragon people running around for years.
I don't think
Why
so.
not add
I don't
more
know.
to the list?
No, it isn't.
Personally, I don't like the scaly bastards. I've never really felt the need for them, harkening all the way back to Dragonlance when you had the Draconians.
There you
never
go.
Felt the need.
There you go.
You've never felt the need.
Yeah.
You don't like them.
Exactly. You are quite literally just highlighting it more and more. You've not liked them ever, and it's so that it's bad for you. Okay. Neat.
Yeah.
Great.
It has nothing to do with 4E as a whole.
I'm glad you're consistent in your dislike of Dragonkin. Neat.
And why are you playing a game called Dungeons and Dragons if you don't like dragon stuff?
I don't know. Because before, it was just the dragon that you fought, and now you can go and talk to them. It's bad.
You can be a little man-shaped one.
Yeah, I just want to have to fight them. I don't like being one.
Right. I don't like the idea of depth to my enemies, or also maybe friends.
Yeah.
I don't like having more options.
Yeah.
Fuck options.
That's right. It always comes back to that, doesn't it? Jesus. All right.
Still kind of there, but now we have Warlocks and Wizards. Sounds like its own game, doesn't it? Warlocks and Wizards. Warlocks deriving their power from another source than Wizards do, which brings me to one of the key features of what makes D&D 4th different.
Okay.
The different classes draw their powers, if you will, their shticks, their class abilities from different sources. For example,
they always have.
Indeed.
They legitimately always have. It's just now they're classified differently, which I think is unnecessary. They could have just kept it the way that it was in that sense.
But it is not a detriment.
It is not a detriment. It is not bad. It is just the way that it is in this edition.
Yeah.
It means the exact same thing. Nothing has changed. What could be the problem here?
It's just some additional words. I don't like reading a few extra words.
I just want to know what his problem with it is now, because like all right, here we go.
There's Arcane, which powers the Warlocks and the Wizards. There's Martial, which powers the Rangers, the Thieves, and the Fighters. And then there is Divine, which powers the Paladins and the Priests. There's also a war leader, which are essentially the commanders of a battlefield. They've redefined all of the standard tactics now. It's now been really boiled down. Yes, Rangers have usually stood back and shot arrows at people. There have been the occasional Drizzt Do'Urden knockoff who has to run in with 2 swords and kill everything. But now it assumes that everyone is going to fall into one general class, which means if you play a wizard, your job now is no longer really to level the playing field with fireball after fireball.
What?
It's to command the playing field, to help your warriors out to do something, to help your thieves to stick around and...
No, it's not.
So my friend, I'm sorry, but you seem to fail to forget that wizards could always take different magic that wasn't just fireball.
Yeah.
You seem to forget that haste existed, that slow existed, that grease existed, that
stinking cloud existed.
That
God,
fog,
I know it.
Fog existed. Like any spell that isn't fireball existed. Like, I understand the stereotype for wizards is to always be casting fireball, but that's just a stereotype. You don't have to necessarily follow it. It's a trope.
He seems to like stereotypes.
I know.
With the gnomes and shit.
Yeah. Fireball's not always the best option. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's an option, not always the best option. I can't imagine you being someone that only fucking used fireball when you got to that point in every situation. I can't imagine you ever not using Charm Person or Charm Monster or any sort of, like, mental magic or any sort of illusion magic or anything like that. I can't fucking believe that could be the case, so I'm highly suspect of your seeming ignorance here of what you could do before that you can do still now.
Now. Yeah. What the fuck?
How dare wizards...
It's a terrible argument.
That's right. How dare wizards take more support roles? How dare they? That's right.
Christ.
How dare they be put into a corner? No. Also, with his one archetype thing, we've already kind of gone over that a little ourselves, and
how fighters can be a support fighter.
Exactly. I will give it to 4E that I was wrong. That it does appear that you could probably break outside of your quote-unquote role, right?
Yes.
You could probably do more than just that. Like, it's... Now that you mention it, I actually don't think I've ever cast Charm Person. I've done it once.
The thing is, Charm Person doesn't come up too often. And not as often as you would think, you know? It does come up, but it's not just that usual. It's not the end all be all that it feels like it could be, you know?
The Divine classes in PHP 2 are really cool, I bet. An hour late, but 100, let's go! Hey, Miscellaneous, thanks.
Yo.
Welcome. Thank you.
Strike and run to help your rangers shoot their arrows better. If you play a warrior, your job is to run in and hit things. The problem is it pigeonholes you a lot, in my opinion. That's the main theme of fourth.
He did it! He got there, in my opinion! Yes!
Yeah!
Finally!
He did it.
That I don't like is the
get out of jail free
pigeonholing.
card.
Is the fact that it assumes that at levels 1 to 10, you're exploring dungeons. But I want to go help a king. Well, why don't you stay in the dungeon? That's how you're going to help the king.
What?
Wait, whoa. Now that's a different
Fuck.
assertion entirely, my friend.
That is not how... Okay, you know what? Fuck this. I need ice cream.
Yeah, go get it. Okay, all right.
What the fuck? Where did that even come from?
Like, okay. I understand that combat is a big thing in Dungeons & Dragons. We all know this. It is a part of it, but that's just depending on your DM and how your game is run and what's happening in the situation. You could have either you're in a totally social situation, a total combat situation, or a combination of the two. Or just an exploration situation, or whatever the fuck. It's D&D.
Alejo, that's not possible. What are you talking about?
Like,
God, that's painful.
Like, it does. That came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it really did.
Right after his my opinion, he then makes a fucking assertion that this is how 4E is. It already, already, like, we've already gone over how 4E is absolutely a D&D game, right?
Yes.
Which has already completely destroyed his initial argument of it doesn't feel like one, and as he keeps listing things that feel like D&D, which further support our side. And then he then goes to say, because it doesn't feel like D&D because it only focuses on this combat shit. Don't worry about that social shit. It's not like literally in the player's handbook for 4E, I go to, let's see, I don't know, page 258 maybe? No, sorry, 256. 256 called Adventuring, and how you can have quests, encounters, rewards, exploration rules, rest and recovery are here. But specifically, it says there are different types of encounters. Combat encounters, non-combat encounters, where you could have even something like a skill challenge. Or you could have exploration, where you could just go around places. And before that, even, in the fucking character section... in the fucking character, making characters section, page 18 of your 4E Player's Handbook, there's a whole thing on role-playing. The Dungeons & Dragons game is first and foremost a role-playing game, which means that it's all about taking on the role of a character in the game. Now, you could argue, they mean role as in combat. No, they fucking don't. They don't, because if you continue on, it tells you, some people take to this play acting naturally and easily. Others find it more of a challenge. This section is here to help you out whether you're comfortable and familiar with role-playing or you're new to the concept. And it continues to tell you about alignment. That's not a thing that has to do with combat. The deities that you might worship and how that could affect you as a character. Your personality, your social interactions, your decision points. I don't know what that's about, but that's a thing. Dire straits, mannerisms, appearance, backgrounds.
I need you to stop. Go back up to, say, deities.
All right.
And I'll tell you how they all relate to combat.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah, right.
I'm looking.
Deities.
Yes.
What spells and abilities that you have in combat? So
it doesn't tell you that at all.
No, it's implied.
I see.
Okay. What's next?
Okay, sorry. Personality.
Okay. Whether you go for slashing or bludgeoning weapons in combat.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Social interactions.
Who you stab first in combat.
Of course.
Yes.
Of
course.
My
God.
I see. I've been sufficiently countered. I think you've done it. Never mind. I hate it. Like, it's so easy to just immediately dismantle that entire assertion because it is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
I love it when you can counter someone's argument by reading the book.
Yeah.
That apparently they read.
And debatable.
Right, yeah, no, at this point, right? I'd cast Dominate, but Charm Person isn't actually that. That's true. I cast Charm Person on a player once in my 3.0 game. He got mad. It's bound to happen, yeah. That's the thing. Usually, I try not to. I try to circumvent it by doing it, like, to a follower or something like that, just to, make them still, do the thing. But this is the other thing about that I kind of have an issue with. If you're gonna get mad about it, then how come you can also do that to me when I have one character?
'Cause I'm the hero. I'm supposed to win.
Yeah, I know. It's just one of those things where, like, I understand it's annoying at times, but I also, like, personally am fine with it,
Yeah.
But I can understand it not being a fun thing.
Here's where I'm going to be a bit of a bastard.
Okay.
So I understand that as a player, if you have been charm personed into believing that if you as a player have been charm personed, it feels bad having the freedom of choice taken from you when that is the fundamental cornerstone that D&D has been based off of.
Yeah, true.
However, there is what. So I've gotten charm personed before.
Yeah.
And I in that moment, I sort of sat forward in my chair, cracked my knuckles, looked at every other player on the table, and was like, "Y'all are gonna fucking die."
That's also
and
true.
I fully took advantage of the fact that I was charmed person to like doom music started to play.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because I started going as hard as I possibly could with my character to be a right bastard.
Sure. Why not? Yeah.
And because there comes a luxurious freedom with that of I can hit these people who I've been traveling with and who I've been seeing them get more powerful.
Yeah.
And I can take every bit of knowledge that my character has and leverage it against them. And also, they're not going to want to hit me because I'm their ally. They don't want to hurt their ally. They want to hurt the thing that's controlling me. So they're not gonna hurt me. They want to use the back of their sword and I get to go fucking ham.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well,
I'm never charming you.
That's the other way that you can get past like this whole like you're taking away their freedom. You give them like you tell them what they need to do. They can make the decisions here, but you like they have that goal in mind and that's what they're doing, right? Like it's not you're taking away their control. It's more you're taking away their goal and setting it to a different thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Anyway. Let's see. I cast I don't like Warlocks. Big discount Cody is really gonna hate 2014. That's right. Oh boy, not big. Okay. Boy.
Boy.
But yeah, true. That
Next
just kind of
Warlocks
like
of the Coast.
he just kind of like glossed over that really quick, like as if it was gonna be a point, like, oh, they also now have Warlocks and Wizards. That's also a title. It's like, okay, neat. It was,
and then
he just kind of like kept that in as just a hey, don't forget, and it's like okay. I can understand a player not wanting to lose control of their character. The best way I've seen it handled is to let them still control their character. Oh, well, I didn't even read this. But give constraints on what they can do, depending on whether it's charm or dominate. Yeah. Alignment doesn't actually relate to some magical effects in combat, but of course, it's also more than just combat. True. I've seen a 3.5 Warlock, but I'm not sure if it was an official thing or a homebrew that was created after 4E. No, it was official. It was in, either Tome of Magic...
campaign. My first ever campaign I played in, Alejo played a Warlock.
Yeah, I was a Warlock. The best part about it is that you could cast Eldritch Blast while you were lying down. And I remember
Holy shit.
Yeah, I remember I was just lying down in this big battle thing that we were doing. It was like all
versus
players.
the Centaur.
Well, yeah, it was versus the Centaur, and it was all of us against each other afterwards. But versus the Centaur, I got knocked down, and then I just laid on the ground and kept fucking Eldritch Blasting. Because I was like, there is no reason for me to get up. There is no reason for me to get up. If something wants to shoot me from afar, they have a penalty. And also, if I get up and I'm near somebody, they get an attack of opportunity. Nope. I'm just gonna fucking lay down. It was great. It was really fun. Anyway, it's either Tome of Magic or something else. You'd have to look. I could probably find it in a bit here, but anyway. So, anyway, that argument was stupid. Let's go.
Indeed.
Levels 11 to 20, you're out making a name for yourself in the world. Levels 20 to 30, you're off making a name for yourself in the multiverse. What if you want to go into the multiverse at level 7? Well, you really shouldn't do that. You might get stepped on by Asmodeus. So
oh no, there are dangerous areas that we can't access at early levels? No.
It's almost like if you want to tailor your campaign so that people can go to different spots, you make it so that you give them a sufficient challenge and not overwhelm them to the point of killing them, though you can also have that as a threat if they continue to go to places that are a little bit more, let's say, dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, like it's almost like it depends on how your DM is running the fucking game. It's
Christ.
almost like all of your things that you're going for here are personal because you got slighted or something when you were playing 4E. Like, I don't understand. Like, this isn't just something that just happens.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Like, it's not...
What happened? Who hurt you?
Who hurt you, friend?
Yeah.
My biggest problem with this guy is this reeks of you're having fun wrong and this isn't my D&D. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
There's a part
assuming
two.
you're going to do things a certain
God.
way. But there are books that fix this. What? Wizard publishing more books to get your money? The hell you say? Again, Wizards isn't alone in this. So we have the standard 3.
It's funny because he adds that little caveat at the end both times. Of course, Wizards isn't alone at this because you understand that this is how the business works.
Yeah. Fucking Christ.
3 core books that, to their credit, were released all at the same time this time, as opposed to one every month for 3 months, which really staggered it out poorly with the 3rd edition launch, in my opinion, anyway.
That's fair enough.
The other main thing that it introduces in this is that all classes now have a class ability. That is essentially, they said, the fighters really get hosed because the wizards have all these different opportunities, and the fighter does, I attack. So the fighter class now has several different combat maneuvers that are basically spells with the serial number filed off. Okay, that really
That's a
doesn't
funny way to
churn
put
my
it.
stomach that much.
I do like
Except
that.
you're limited in which ones you can do and when. And then you have the wonderful addition of this little thing called skill challenges.
Sorry, okay, your complaint there afterwards is that they limited the amount that you could do? Like, they limited the skill set and, like, when you could do it? Is that really your complaint? I'm sorry, I gotta drag that back.
Yeah, no, you're good.
My stomach that much, except you're limited in which ones you can do and when. And then you have the wonderful addition.
Oh,
Okay,
so he's upset about the fact that they are encounters and dailies. He's upset about the
Right.
fact that some are so strong that they need to be balanced.
It's almost like Wizards also have that rule because
And have
of the
had that
same-
forever.
Yeah, the same reason. I'm sorry that your fighter, if they're working off the same thing, like, you can still do your just attack thing. It's now called something else and it's a power, but it works the same way. Okay? And the limit here is the fact that you now have more that you can do that does more damage or whatever the fuck, and you have specific shit that you have to follow in order to do those kinds of powers. It's almost like if I were to take a feat in 3.5 that specifically is hampered by the fact that I need these skills or something in order to now be able to use it, and I could only use it if I had a certain weapon or a certain fighting style or a certain like there are limits to things because they are progression in this game.
Indeed.
Like,
And
you
also, they make logical sense.
They
You know
usually
those
do.
wizards and spells that you were talking about? Tell me, Aiden, how do you cast Lightning Bolt? What do you need?
Dude.
Spell components. Spell components.
Oh, okay. I thought
Yeah.
you were asking me what the spell component was, and I was
No.
like,
It's like, you need spell components, and you can't cast it, rules as written, without spell components.
Right. Like, or being able to move your arms and say words. Like,
Yeah.
there are limitations to everything.
And spell slots.
Yeah, that's also true. Like,
This is such a shit argument.
it's just it wasn't even, it was just a passing little thing to get those, like, it's so that those people who aren't thinking about it, who are just listening, like, in the background or something, like, so that they just kind of nod their head and say, yeah, this is right, because
this is
he doesn't
dumb.
go into depth with it, he just says it and then just moves on.
Yep.
And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Make the fucking argument if you want to make that argument. Because without that, you're just making a claim that you can't substantiate without looking at everything and going, but it works. Like,
like the whole reason why playing a fighter is sort of nice and this is why I've been enjoying playing like paladins and rogues, which are more martially inclined. Paladins cast the occasional spell, but usually it's just for smites for when I feel like doing extra d8s.
Absolutely.
Hey, tell me, Boo.
Yeah.
What's the material components for Smite?
Downloading the game.
There are none.
There are none.
Oh,
The material
okay.
components for Smite is your fucking sword.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's true. No, you can do it with a
And
fist too. Technically,
no! You can smite with your fist?
I think so.
If you're a monk. Although you know what? So
I might be wrong on that,
this past Sunday,
Yeah.
we were sneaking into some a laboratory basically that had sort of a false front as a clinic.
Yeah.
And we were like, how are we gonna sneak in? And then both my character and someone else's, like, my character's pale, and then that person's character is like a literal white wooden robot.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And then they go, oh well, they're very pale, we could just say they're sick. And people start popping into the ethereal realm on a horse, and like my character is just standing there and like scratching his neck, and he goes, ow, because my character is, despite the fact that he's charismatic, a horrendous liar. But he's also very much addicted to coffee.
Okay.
Yeah.
And sort of someone put him in a full Nelson. It's like, yeah, or like, you know, we could just pretend like oh, we're just here to cure your coffee addiction. And he's like, ha ha ha, what? And then they opened up the door, and he's like, no longer about this bit. And he starts legitimately fighting to get free. And like people are watching him in the ethereal realm, and they're like, man, Morty is such a great actor.
That's really good. I like that a lot.
But there is a point where he's put basically in solitary confinement, like a drunk tank, a solitary confinement in a big glass cube.
Okay.
That is an anti-magic zone, because he was going to start punching the walls, like, and channeling smites through his wedding ring on his finger.
Sure.
And like just so he can get out, and nothing could be channeled in there. Because it's an anti-magic zone. But there was a point later on where a fight broke out. It was the boss fight, and basically, and I showed up late because I was still trying to get out of the drunk tank.
Yeah.
And as soon as I got out of the room, I started looking around the room for a weapon. And the DM had me roll a perception check, and I rolled a nat 1. And the DM was like, well, there is an IV pole that the IV is still in the patient.
Lucky.
So you can rip that out, or like there's a bedpan near the patient's bed. What you grabbing? And I chose secret option 3. Because like everyone's joking, like, man, he's gonna hit people with a bedpan. I took the pillow.
Yes, good. Yeah.
And for the world's most aggressive pillow fight, and ran up to a person and hit them in the side of the head with a pillow, and channeled a 4th level smite through it.
Okay. Holy shit.
So 5d8 plus my passive d8 plus 1 plus my strength.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Fuck.
man.
So 6d8 plus 6.
That's amazing, man.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And I made the joke that it's like the clip from Community of when the person like duct tapes pillows all around themselves to make like a pillow tighten and be like, "You're gonna die, you little bastards."
Yeah, that's right.
And that description just reminds me of the fucking scene in that Marvel comic where a guy makes a body armor out of babies.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I looked at it again and I was like, because technically monks' fists don't count as melee weapon attacks.
Oh.
Which is annoying, but that's what it says specifically for Smite in 5e at least. But
yeah.
You know, that's raw.
Mm.
Anyway, I remember running up to the first giant I saw in Skyrim and getting launched into the air in one shot. Terrible game. That's a joke. Yeah. Pigeonholed classes is such an obtuse argument. How far removed from the base design does a class need to be in a class-based system before it's not pigeonholed anymore? Yeah.
Yeah. That's
when
I
become happy with it.
That's right. That's what he would say. Aren't almost all class-based games pigeonholed players because of its classes? To an extent, yes. Technically, you can pigeonhole yourself in a skill-based system too, because you can only take a finite number of skills, and those are the only ones you can use. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
It's called specialization.
Yes.
Right? Like it's just how it is. A class is just a pre-assembled build. As long as there are enough of them to give you a good range of choice, it's fine. And as long as you can do enough with that class, it's like with choices that you can like get or earn. Like yeah, it's fine. Anyway. We're almost done with part 1. Here we go.
Of this little thing called skill challenges, which I read once, and then I read again, and then I realized, hey, my eyes are hemorrhaging. So you know what? We're going to save this for part 2 of this review. Yes, our first 2-part review. Why? It's the 8,000-pound gorilla sitting in the corner of the room. So we'll see you next week for.
Or what you really mean to say?
Milking it for money.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not the 8,000-pound gorilla. It's the fact that you want to make another video and make more money.
Oh, true. 2 videos for more ad revenue? God.
Christ.
That's a good one, though. That's a good comeback to that, because I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's like, Jesus Christ.
D&D 4th edition. Goodbye, gentle viewers.
Because I know that shit. I've done that.
Oh, sure. All right, well, let's move on to part 2.
Yay.
Here we go. I just want to know where the debauchery ends, dude.
I want to know why his eyes are bleeding at a skill challenge.
Like, and I from what I've been told, sure, they were pass or fail, which is unfortunate and kind of annoying, but it's not like the worst thing in the world. Easy to kind of like play your own way.
Yeah.
Can't smite with fists, shake my head, dude. D&D, Magus and Pathfinder 2, he literally points out that you can channel spells through your fists, my man. That's true.
Muscle wizard.
That's right. Well, if this was 2008, I think there still would have been the 10-minute time limit in effect. Could be that too.
You know what? That's fair.
That's true.
If that was still in effect, then never mind.
Yeah, true. Didn't YouTube videos have to be 10 minutes back then? Yeah. Okay. If that's the case in 2008, I don't know when they lifted that actually.
Yeah, I don't remember either, to be honest. It's been so long.
Limit. Yeah, it's been dude, it's been fucking years.
Yeah.
Remember when that was the fucking thing? Like,
yeah.
Oh man.
Like when you actually did have a time limit.
Yeah. When did they do this? Oh, 2010 was this article. For years it stood at 10 minutes. Then in July, YouTube bumped it up to 15 minutes. There you go. So it was in 2010. Wow. Okay. Well, there you go.
Okay, then.
We've been dismantled, friend.
And then after that, they just removed it because they also saw the benefit of having music on hour and 10-hour long loops.
That's right.
Okay.
Welcome
That
back,
takes a long
champion
time,
viewers.
yeah.
We're here for part 2 of D&D.
Wow, he messed up his audio. I can only hear him in my left ear. That's not
Same.
That's not a thing for all of you out there.
Um,
That is just the way the video is.
Yep.
Very cool.
4th edition. Now we're up to this wonderful little
so
edition
sorry.
called Skill Challenges. What they are, in my opinion, is they're an excuse so you don't have to role play. Now I can see
Shut up.
What the fuck? That's literally the exact. That's almost 100% the opposite.
It
They're
is
what?
another tool that you can use to spice up the role play. I would fucking argue. Like,
He is saying that skill challenges are an excuse to not roleplay. Even though the entire point of a skill challenge is getting your players to think about the situation and roll skills in a creative way to pass the challenge.
now I suppose because that's how we understand it, but maybe 4E was different.
Maybe that's just how they worded it. I guess
it
we'll
might
see.
be how they worded it. I will look at it again here.
Yeah.
Okay, because now it's relevant.
Yes.
So, skill challenge is defined by its context in an adventure. Adventurers can fight a group of 5 foul spawn in just about any 8th to 10th level adventure, but a skill challenge that requires the PCs to unmask the doppelganger in the Baron's court is directly related to this particular adventure and the campaign it's set in. Oh, that's a weird example. Okay.
Yeah, that's a very weird. What?
What's the goal of the challenge? Where does the challenge take place? Who is involved in this challenge? Is it a standalone skill challenge or a skill challenge as part of a combat encounter? Sure. Define the goal. Success of the challenge should be important to the adventure, but not essential. Yeah. You don't want a series of bad skill checks to bring the adventure to a grinding halt. At worst, failure at the challenge should send the characters on a long detour. At worst, yeah, fair. You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah, at worst, yes.
Thereby creating a new and interesting part of the adventure. Give as much attention to the setting of the skill challenge as you do the setting of the rest of the adventure. If the challenge involves any kind of interaction with non-player characters or monsters, detail those characters as well. In a complex social encounter, have a clear picture of the motivations, goals, and interests of the NPCs involved, so you can tie them to character skill checks. A skill challenge can serve as an encounter in and of itself, or it can be combined with monsters as part of a combat encounter.
Yes, all that is correct.
Yeah. Level and complexity of how many successes and failures you would have. That's irrelevant to this part. Skills. What skills naturally contribute to the solution of the challenge? How do characters use these skills in the challenge? Certain skills lead to the natural solutions to the problem the challenge presents. These should serve as the primary skills in the challenge. Give some thought to which skills you select here, keeping in mind the goal of involving all the players in the action. You know what skills your player characters are good at, so make sure to include some chances for every character to shine. In general, it's a good idea to include a mix of interaction skills, knowledge-based skills, and physical skills. These general sorts of skills play to the strengths of most characters. This is talking about how you would determine them. In the sense of determining what your players can do, so you can determine the skills in the challenge. Other conditions. Do the ogre mercenaries demand payment every 10 minutes they allow you to talk to them? Or that's already implying roleplay?
Yeah.
Is there an energy draining field in the Labyrinth of Shadows that applies increasing penalties over the length of the character's intrusion? These other conditions can impose a sense of urgency on the skill challenge, monetary costs on the challenge. If they fail, the cost is part of the penalty they pay.
Yeah, it sounds like they did a bad job of describing what skill challenges are, but not a bad job of describing how they are to be completed.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Running a skill challenge. This might do it.
Okay.
Begin by describing the situation and defining the challenge. Running the challenge itself is not all that different from running a combat encounter. See Chapter 3. You describe the environment, listen to the players' responses, let them make their skill checks, and narrate the results. The skill challenge description outlines the skills that are useful in the challenge and the results of using them. roll an initiative to establish the order of play for the skill challenge. Not necessary, I would say, but sure.
Yeah.
If the skill
unless
challenge...
unless it is like if it's related to combat.
Yeah,
or
this
if there's,
says
like
yeah.
you know.
In a skill challenge encounter, every player character must make skill checks to contribute to the success or failure of the encounter. Group skill checks are a thing. Sometimes a player tells you, I want to make a diplomacy check to convince the Duke that helping us is in his best interest. That's great. The player has told you what she's doing and what skill she's using to do it. Other times the player will say, I want to make a diplomacy check. In such a case, prompt the player to give more information about how the character is using that skill. Sometimes characters do the opposite. I want to scare the Duke into helping us. It's up to you then to decide which skill the character is using and call for the appropriate check. Yeah, so that
sounds like the basics of roleplay.
Yeah, it sounds like the very bare bones what you do to roleplay.
It's like, the opposite of roleplay.
Right. Roleplay. It's the absolute opposite, apparently. Very cool.
It's a way to not roleplay, I guess I should say.
Yeah, exactly. I'm old enough to remember. Fair enough. Me too. This guy deserves one of my 5-second memes, and thusly I did. Oh God. Exciting. Exciting. Let's see here.
Discourse.
The face of brain. Oh my God. Hang on, let me pull this up. I love it. That's great. Also, Pizza Funk, if you're there as well. I liked your GIF. I liked your GIF a lot. Anyway. Okay, let me show this on the screen real quick. The face of brain hemorrhage from reading skill checks. Hashtag not my D&D.
Christ.
I love it. That's good.
So bad. Fuck me.
You.
Not the meme, this.
Yeah, this.
The meme is good.
Meme is good.
The take is shit.
Take is absolute garbage. Oh, well, it's possible to use it to avoid role-playing, I think. That would be lazy DMing, though, not really a result of the rule. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, so this is the thing. You're still role-playing regardless. It's just the different style of, like, you know how some people will describe what they do instead of, like, act it out. That's also another form of role-playing. It's just that they don't, like, embody the character in mannerisms or anything. They just say, my character, I think, would go up to this person and say hello and how, like, ask them how they're doing, you know? And, like, that's role-playing. It's just a lot, it's just a lot less, like, theatrical. Yeah, skill challenges were designed to put players in a non-combat encounter situation that requires players to use role-playing and narration that leads to players making skill checks. And combat, too. That's the thing. Yeah. And as a group, the players can then pass and fail the challenge. Sure, yeah. Like, this, it's just how, like, it's fine. Like, I don't... he's a fucking little baby. He gets a brain hemorrhage every time he reads it.
Little baby man. Baby man!
I see a lot of you out there shutting off your browsers,
forgot it was only my left
screaming in terror at the skies. How can he say this? Folks, hear me out on this. You're presented with a situation.
I'm not inclined to.
You have to, and this is pulled right out of the Dungeon Master Guide, cold, one might say, that you need the Baron's help to stop some goblin attacks. So you have a series of 5 skills you might choose to use for this event. You might use diplomacy, bluff, history, but don't you dare use intimidate because that automatically fails and hurts you.
What?
And each time you do...
Sorry, where are you getting this from? Sorry?
Yeah, where the fuck did you take that from?
Let me go read again. I'm sorry. Where?
Because it said you can intimidate.
Yeah. Well, there... No, I don't see it there. Reward clever ideas. I like that. I like that paragraph right there.
Indeed. Thinking players are engaged players. In skill challenges, players will come up with uses for skills that you didn't expect to play a role. Wow, there you go. I like. Oh man, 4E, huh? Yeah. Skill checks. That example is talking about forging a trail, so it can't be that one. Sample skill challenges. Okay, wait, maybe. Wait, what? For the NPC to... Okay. Diplomacy...
Okay, no, he does have this. Oh, shit. Okay.
Oh?
Yeah. Quite literally on page 76 in the DMG, it says here, the negotiation. This is a sample skill challenge. The Duke sits at the head of his banquet table, gesturing with a wine glass. He bids you to sit. I'm told you have news from the Borderlands. You can do a bluff, a diplomacy, and an insight, a history, an intimidate. But the intimidate literally says, the NPC refuses to be intimidated by the PCs. Each use of this skill earns a failure. Okay, so context matters here, friend. It doesn't...
Yeah.
So, and I will replay his thing, because maybe he gives the context, but right now, from just that wording, the context matters in the sense that if you intimidate this guy isn't going to appreciate your attempts to, and so it will cause a failure in the overall skill check. That is very important, because you could attempt to intimidate, and even with your success, it's more of a he's doubling down and not more of a he's going to shirk. Because let me tell you, people respond differently to different ways of speaking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I want to hear his full thing about this, because if he doesn't represent that, then this is just a very bad faith interpretation of this.
Yes.
Because that automatically fails,
Okay,
I might say.
Okay.
That you need the Baron's help to stop some goblin attacks. So you have a series of 5 skills you might choose to use for this event. You might use diplomacy, bluff, history, but don't you dare use intimidate, because that automatically fails and hurts you. And each time you do something, it moves you one step closer to your success threshold. Yeah, honestly, folks, I can handle stuff like this in almost any game with a brief bit of actual personal interaction. Yes, you have to say, but Baron, what about your history in fighting the goblins back in the Battle of blah, blah, blah? But really, all this can be just summarized by 1 or 2 moments of decent role-playing. Which brings me to probably another one of my biggest complaints about this.
Okay, so we're already past it. So I'm sorry, it doesn't count as decent role playing if you also role play along in the skill check. But why though? It's not theatrical enough for you?
Yeah,
I'm sorry? Like, just because it's not a total, like, you're not in the scene doing the, like, this is just another way to do it. Maybe the DM isn't as
this is trying to teach them
a
way of doing like
a skill check, yeah.
A skill check, yeah.
Like a skill like this is also, mind you, could very well be a new DM who isn't also very like good at the role playing aspect in the theatrical sense. In that sense, then they use this to kind of guide them in that way.
Educate them.
Yeah, and thus they can still play the fucking game.
When this guy sees a description of AC in 4E, did he go like, oh thanks, I can handle that myself?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, as long as the players are describing what they do, it works. What would be avoiding roleplay would be if you just checked to see if they had the stats to pass. Yes. But now that you've read it out, that's obviously not what was intended. Yeah. That's why sources matter, and fucking knowing what you're talking about and not being a fucking anyway. The part that comes off gamey is that a lot of DMs pick which skills ahead of time are the skills to use, so a lot of players would just roll the skill and forget about role-playing things out. Now, to be fair, it doesn't, like, it also, in that, if they do that, they didn't read the part where it says you can allow them to surprise you, you know? Like, because that is a whole part of it that is on page, and I will give you that one. Reward clever ideas is the paragraph. It is on page 75. Like, it's right there, and it says this shit. So if they don't want to do that, then fair enough, I guess. Like, that's just a way that they can roll with it. But you know, it is there. But if the players don't actually want to roleplay as much, more power to them, I guess. Yeah, if that's the case, then that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no need for you to do over-the-top theatrics if that's not how your group plays.
Yeah.
It's fine. Oh no, consequences for failure and bad decisions. I know. I should have said if the table doesn't want to roleplay as much. Well, no, you're good. I understand what you're saying. Like, it's... Man, okay.
Is they have done everything they can to take role-playing out of the hands of the players and into a mechanical event. There's no...
They've done every single thing that they can. So the whole sections that I was talking about role-playing and shit, they took those out. I don't know if you know this. I have the illegal copy that kept them in before they took them out. That's right. That's right.
I didn't know that.
Right, exactly. Fucking stop. Ugh.
Good way to, in my opinion, break away from what is established here. There is no decent way to say, hey, I want to break this convention, because to me, reading through these things, the game goes, really? Are you sure you wouldn't rather do this? People complain that the Dragonlance games were railroady, and now they're embracing D&D 4th edition? Please.
I want you to tell me,
dude.
I just want you to tell me when the game is telling me that I should be doing this instead of role playing. I want you to show me the point in the book where it says you should be doing this instead of role playing, like in any respect. I want you to point it on the page. I want you to give me all of the source, because man, oh man, the sauce. My pasta is fucking dry. My goddamn pasta.
And I don't like that.
And I'm not a fan of dry pasta, friend.
I like pasta with sauce.
I like being lost in the sauce, friend.
like, if he once, like, thinks for even a half a second, like, he could just walk up to the president of the United States.
Yeah.
And be like, fight me, pussy. Like, he wouldn't get absolutely shreked.
Right.
Oh my god, I would love that. Fight me, you bitch.
That's right.
Fight me in the fucking street.
That's right. We gotta have a fucking street fight right here, right now.
Hell yeah.
I've had players that will just never hop into role-playing, so I find skill challenges helpful with those kinds of players. I would agree that is very good for them. Absolutely. It's so good. For skill challenges to really work, as the DM, you should not tell the players what skills to use. Let the players be creative with skill use, keep track of results in secret, just role-play results. I agree. I think that, honestly, you present them with a challenge, as we've said before and many times, you present them with a challenge that there is a solution, but you don't know how to get there, in the sense, right? Like, the solution, well, there are solutions that you know, but there are also, like, solutions that you could never have guessed. Like, you have to be flexible, right?
Yes.
Anyway, I also find there's such a fine line between finding character stats restrictive in role-playing and just ignoring your character sheet. Excuse me. It feels like people want stats for combat, but not for roleplay. Like, that's not really how D20 games have classically been designed. The reason some skills get more inherent weight than others is because the GM treats them as arbitrary, and most of the time that happens out of combat. I can see that, yeah. But then you get all the complaints from players that if the game only has combat rules, then it doesn't support role-playing and social encounters. Yeah, it's like, even if it's an only combat game, like, fucking, literally, Warhammer, okay? Narrative play exists, and if narrative play didn't exist, we could still fucking, like, role-play that shit.
Yeah, like, the villain would still be born.
That's right, the last time we played, if you haven't seen that, we played and we made a story happen.
Yeah, it was a fucking murder mystery with cars.
With forklifts, mind you.
Yes.
and it was
glorious.
It was so fucking fun and funny.
And it was really stupid.
It was so good. So, like, it doesn't, yeah, anyway. I'm speaking. I know I'm speaking to everyone that knows this already, right? Like in the sense of you can roleplay what the fuck ever, but like it's just one of those things where it needs to be said. Apparently,
Yeah.
The 5e conundrum. Not my D&D, not my D&D. Dude, the character I made for my 4e campaign was given a post-game eulogy by the other players. Yup, only mechanics, no roleplay, and character building whatsoever. Exactly, Draco Kraken, exactly. That whole time, you were just doing a grand skill check. I don't know if you knew that. So I'm starting to think this is something you could actually do in any system. It's just that the 4e book actually recommends doing it. I'm not sure if that really counts as a rule so much as something you can do, kind of like the debate between whether being allowed to make house rules is actually a rule. Struggling to find the words for what I'm trying to say here. Are you talking about like, oh, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm sorry. I'm trying. As an aside, I'm super proud how I have not once mentioned Pathfinder 2e during a video about the game it's most compared to. Self-high five for self-restraint. There you go.
The monster manual has most of the standard critters there. You've got, flipping through here, the crocodile, because every game needs at least 5 or 6 of those. Then you have the devils, they're there, the Kotoa, a little blast from the past, manticores, and then they introduce new monsters, which, okay, that doesn't bother me that much because every edition has introduced their new critters, and like I said, that's all right. But they're set up in these stack blocks that are really hard to sort of dig your way through and call anything out of. So, what can we say about D&D 4th edition?
Okay.
Now, Alejo, do you have the monster manual?
I can absolutely find my absolutely legal copy of it really quick.
Yeah, sure, that'd be great.
Yeah,
I'd love it if you could get your legal copy of it.
Yeah.
And it's very, very legal, yes.
Right.
Because that way we can see these impossible to read stat blocks for monsters.
He just went for that and then just left.
And then ran away from it.
Like immediately, man.
Yep.
That was crazy.
That's what he keeps doing. He keeps bringing up points and then just immediately running away from it.
That's right. Okay. Let me look.
It's very telling.
I know. It's almost like he doesn't have a fucking point here. It's almost like he doesn't have an argument and he's just trying to wow you with the things that you've already heard. Okay. So I want to say the first thing is on page 4 of the monster manual for 4e, there is a literal stat block thing that tells you how to read it.
Oh, isn't that something?
I'll take a perfectly legal screenshot of my book and show you guys
that you own legally.
That I own. It's right here.
Yes.
It quite literally tells you every single thing that you could see on a skill or on a monster stat block. And then later, right after that, it starts going into what each of those things mean. Each and every single thing. Now, let's just say I didn't read any of them because I didn't. And, okay. And I'm just going to let's go to page, I don't know, let's go to page like 63 and 62. Okay. Oh, and devils. Oh, an imp. Let's look at an imp.
Oh, boy.
He's on 63. Okay. So, imp. He's a level 3 lurker. Now, I don't know what that means because I haven't read anything else. Let's just pretend. I haven't read anything else. Okay. Let me read. Okay. Tiny immortal humanoid devil. Okay. I understand what that means. It's an imp. Yes. That's its name. Okay. XP 150. Okay. If they kill it, they get 150 XP. It has a plus. Yeah. It has a plus 8 initiative. It has perception plus 8 and dark vision. Okay. I can kind of understand what that means. I've never read anything before in my life, but I can kind of understand what that means. HP 40, bloodied 20. Now, something happens when it gets to bloodied 20. I don't understand, but
I don't know what that is.
It does have 40 HP, and I think that means health.
Okay.
AC 17. Okay. All right. Something about that.
AC? I only know THACO.
That's
No.
That's right. Fortitude 15, Reflex 15, Will 15. You know what? I'll give myself the knowledge of reading the PHB. I'll at least give myself that. Okay, so I understand what these are. Okay, I get what Bloodied is because I've read the PHB. I get what all these things are still. Resist fire. Resist 15 fire. Okay, that is a little more enigmatic to me because I feel like that's a little strange.
Yeah, that could be anything.
Yeah. I guess
literally
that's,
anything.
I guess that's maybe you resist 15 fire damage, maybe. I don't know. So I'd have to look into that if I wanted to learn more, but I don't. So,
yeah,
its speed is 4. That's, I assume, 4 squares. Fly 6, hover. Okay, so it does 6 squares. Has a bite, standard, at will. Okay, so it can do this at any time. And
now is that any time or is that at any character named Will?
Oh, right. That's a fair question. I would say both.
Okay.
+7 versus AC. Okay, so it gets a +7 to the AC. And then 1d6 +1 damage. A tail sting that's standard, recharges when the imp uses vanish. Interesting. Has poison as well. +8 versus the ace. So as you can see, I'll get to the bottom here, and you've got vanish, you've got alignment, evil, languages, common, supernatural, skills, arcana, +9, bluff +9, stealth +9, and then you have your stats. This is incomprehensible. I have no idea what I've just read.
Yeah.
Like,
what the fuck?
What are we meant to assume that we read the monster manual first?
What?
Like, why would I do that?
Why the fuck would I read? Reading?
Oh, true. I'm sorry. I forgot the most crucial step.
Yeah, I'll have a hemorrhage.
That's right.
My eyes are hemorrhaging. Look
That's
at this
right.
ink on fucking flat sheets of white shit.
You know what? You're right. He had to read about skill checks in the DMG, and then he went to the monster manual. This is the order that he went. So he went to the PHB, the DMG, the monster manual, and once he hit the monster manual, his eyes were hemorrhaging so much he couldn't read it
anymore.
So it was incomprehensible. Okay, all right.
Okay.
You know what? That's fair.
Yeah. What the fuck? So stupid. Christ.
Like, oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Congrats on 100. Thank you, Rules Lawyer. Appreciate
that.
I know my co-hosts are a little less excited about this topic of 100 that we are on. GMs that complain about convoluted stat blocks aren't actually that convoluted will probably be better than running a more narrative system. Would probably be better at running a more they
it's true
would.
Yeah,
absolutely. I'm sure he had trouble reading anything after the brain hemorrhage. Exactly. Lurkers lurk, I'd assume. True. No, my character, Will Simparter, will never beat that monster. That's right. That imp will kill Will. All right. It's the critically acclaimed sequel to Kill Bill. Anyway. Sorry.
Has already been said by me during this review at length. 1. It's almost unrecognizable as Dungeons & Dragons if it didn't have the pretty new logo and some of the standard tropes, which are still pretty much stolen from Tolkien and Moorcock. Secondly,
so they got inspiration from Tolkien. Who cares?
Okay, who hasn't?
Yeah, he literally defined fantasy for a lot of things. Okay, anyway, moving on.
Guys,
just like you would, friend.
I have a confession to make. In my I'm writing right now.
Right.
I'm very sorry, but I was inspired.
You don't tell me you were inspired by Tolkien.
No, I was inspired by cavemen who wrote shit on the walls because they were the first people to write shit down.
Oh my god. How could you?
So,
How could you?
Yeah, sorry.
You sellout.
Yeah, I know. I should have fucking gone back in time and created the written word myself.
That's right.
It's such a stupid fucking point. You're inspired by Tolkien. Who isn't?
Like, it's like, on its own, that's just a fact that wouldn't be anything, but he's framed it as if it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how? How do
Yeah,
you do that?
If I was considering getting into D&D and I heard inspired by Token, I'd go, all right, good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. I do wonder what he thinks of 3.5 grappling. Oh, he'd have a heart attack.
Yeah.
My
That's why he is a skeleton before us right now.
That's right. My favorite 4E campaign was heavily house ruled. The DM reflavored everything to be more like the Warhammer world. Switch skills to be percentile like Warhammer. The Warhammer RPG. Warhammer Fantasy. There we go. Brain.
Yes.
It was killer. That sounds sick.
Yeah,
That's
that sounds
cool.
awesome.
Anyway, let's lose more
If
brain
you
cells.
weren't a dedicated player who was going to play 4th edition no matter what, then this probably is not the game for you. If you weren't willing
Why?
to dedicate your life to learning this, assuming that every single player...
What the fuck?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to dedicate my life now to learn how to play 4E. Bitch, I read this 2 hours before the show started. Shut the fuck up. I read the
also,
PHP.
We're fucking RPG gamers. We don't have time to learn multiple games.
That's right.
What do you think we do? Just sit around a table and read books and write shit on pieces of paper and, like, you know, theorize
That's
the
crazy.
amount of money Baphomet's fucking arm is worth.
That's right. We'd never do something like that.
No, you'd never waste time. Not that it was a waste of time.
Yeah.
It was worth it.
Yeah. His name popping up multiple times in the video is so weird. It's like he was expecting this to appear on public access TV and had to have it flash in case someone tuned in midway through. Yes, I know.
It's very like Bob Ross.
In a way, yeah. It is like quite literally public access. Absolutely. It is like every commercial break. I don't understand. Like it's almost like I don't get that. Why would I like every now and again? Sure, I guess, but I don't give a fuck.
Give a shit what your name is or that you're a GM.
The fact that I would respect your name and like call you Kurt if I respected like the fact that you would be like genuine, but right now you are doing the most bad faith interpretation of everything for 4E just for the fucking views.
Yeah.
Like
All I care about isn't your name. It's what age you started DMing at.
If it's not 12, then fuck you.
That's right.
God damn it.
Has at least this book handy.
I love fucking the editing choices here. I love that he picked up a book, referenced it, and you can't see it because he put up a fucking graphic. I love that. Oh man, what stellar choices here.
Editing. It's not really that hard.
The whole time he's been putting up this art for 4E, which has been the most enjoyable part, to be fair. I'm glad he's done it, but to be also entirely fair, it has detracted from this video so much because so much of it has not been relevant to any of his points.
Yeah.
Like, so much of it.
There's a good chance that this game would not be for you.
Also, I heard him drop the book, so I don't know which one it was.
If you wanted a simpler game that you could understand better, if you thought 3.5 was too complicated, that you sort of wanted to get a hold of and roleplay casually, like you got some buddies that come over once every other week, and you get some beer, you get some pretzels.
Oh, God. There it is. That godforsaken
beer and
thing.
Pretzels, brother. Brother!
I'm not your brother.
Come over for beer and pretzels, brother.
Brother, remember me. Or whatever that one said, I forget.
It's just he's
avenge me.
Yeah. It's just he's going over all of the fucking tropes. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's
because
bad.
Like you can. Oh my god. Oh my. Like he is proto cozy. It's true.
He really is.
This is so
I knew I felt it.
It's so far back. Oh my god. Okay. You have to master 10 skills to run 4E and also buy a house. That's true. I came
Indeed.
out of my mother's womb and said, roll for initiative. Exactly.
Bitch.
So you have to be a true dungeon master to run 4E. No wonder, excuse me, so many haven't run or played the game and have chosen 5E instead. That's true. Oh, sounds like a proto Garibay. No. I have it on good authority. Garibay loves 4E. I have it on good authority, actually. I was doing some digging and I found this out. He loves 4E. And
Interesting.
I want to see that video at some point, but it's not going to be what we cover next. We're not covering another one after this. Like, I wanted to cover more than 3 videos, but because I thought they would be a little less
reprehensible.
Yeah, but at least the Chris Perkins one was very good. At least,
yeah, the first one was fine because it was the fucking person who made it.
I know. And then, of course, Draco Kraken at the end. Cody! Yes, I know.
Yeah.
This game is not for you. Who then is this game for?
No, it's not for you.
This game is for people who are dedicated to playing Dungeons and Dragons because of the name and nothing else.
This is I'm sorry.
Literally no.
You are so far from
factually
consume product, get excited for next product. You are so far from this.
Yeah.
Like legitimately, I don't
This product is not so that people can have fun. This product is so that people can say they're playing D&D.
Exactly.
Oh my god. I hate the implications of that fucking. I hate that.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolute insanity.
This is so that people can play some 4E and go, oh my god, I'm playing such D&D. I'm such a nerd.
Yeah, right. Christ,
they're so dedicated. Oh my god. Oh my god.
This game is for people who are looking for a massive multiplayer role-playing game online in a paper and pen format. Ladies and gentlemen, read this. I felt like I was reading the World of Warcraft game even more than the World of Warcraft game role-playing game was.
You literally can't say that when World of Warcraft literally is about World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Like, I understand it's for hyperbole's sake, but also you've done so bad with your points so far that I have to call you out on this one too. I know it's just an easy dunk, but my guy, stop. You're just embarrassing yourself further.
This game is not for me, as you can probably tell.
No shit.
Stop the presses. I need to go back to 1800s and go invent the printing press just to put this on the front page, my friend. Fuck me.
So
from my little rant.
I also get the feeling, right? He's already admitted to not being
objective,
unbiased.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why does it make me sad?
Because, and it's because people listened. It's because people listened and respected this man's opinion so much that they actually like wanted this, and I need to go see. I need to go see it now. I need to go look at the actual stats of the video. I can't see dislikes. Oh wait, no, I can. I do have the thing. Okay, good. Hang on. I assume this was liked to hell, right?
Oh,
and
probably.
Disliked barely exist. Here we go. Yeah.
Well, you can't even see dislikes anymore.
Well, right, but I have the extension. Yeah. This got 78. The part 1, I'll give you first. 78,511 views.
Mm-hmm.
And 716 likes, 192 dislikes. Now, that's fair. That's a fair enough percentage of likes for that view count. That makes sense. Statistically, but like, I look through the comments and I'm like, oh, I found 4th edition to be a good way to get into D&D and enjoy it a lot. D&D 4th edition is my edition because I never quite had the imagination I needed when I was introduced to 3rd. I started going to encounters and never turned back, and after encounters and never turned back after a while, I felt I could do that, and I was a DM for a bit. Still am kinda. I kinda like 5th, but 4th drew me out of my shell. Like, I'm going through and
finding hope.
Yeah,
apparently.
I'm seeing people that are like, nah, dude. Oh, there's a great review, Kurt. My thoughts exactly. Like, you've got things in there. Like, 4th Ed is a good system. Like, there, you can look through the comments. There's 540 comments. Some people are in there going, hey, man. No, some people aren't. And now to see part 2, which we haven't even finished, but I need to know now.
Yeah.
Part 2, 53,538, which makes sense because some people dropped off because they were like, yeah, no, probably, and I would imagine. And 612 likes, 139 dislikes. Oh wait, was it the same number? It's no, 192. So some of them, yeah, okay. But like, it's just, this is insane. This is insane. Okay. What even is Dungeons and Dragons anyway? Isn't it just a tabletop game based around a 20-sided die with maybe dragons in it? Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, right?
Fake gamer
No, it's
girls.
World of Warcraft.
Oh, that's right. It is World of Warcraft. You're right. Fake gamer girls in your area are playing 4E in your area only because it's D&D. That's right. Are there any fake gamer succubi playing? I'll play it if there are fake gamer succubi playing. Perkins didn't make 4E. Rob Heisen, so Andy Collins and James Wyatt and Mike Merles were the main designers. Yeah, but I think Perkins was one of the lead writers or something. So I don't know. They can be fake gamers or fake succubi. It works either way. You guys are giving a Pro 4E, the Pro 4E dudes, a safe space to reveal themselves, says August. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, like, well, that's the thing. Literally all fucking TTRPGs are liked in some respect or some way, and, like, I don't think any of us have ever called one, like, an actual bad RPG.
Yeah, I think the closest we ever came to was like
Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna say Fate of Cthulhu.
Fate of Cthulhu, yeah. That one because of the, but like it probably functions
even
as an RPG. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the thing.
We just don't like the way that they use the source material and and all that kind of stuff. Like, we were specific about why we disliked it, but it doesn't make it a bad system, right?
Yes.
And so 4E is just one of those things that was just pushed down so far that people are just like, fuck 4E forever, and then it became the meme of fuck 4E forever, and no one, like, I've seen multiple videos at least out there of people saying, oh no, 4E was pretty good, which is good, but multiple upon hundreds of thousands of videos about 4E being bad, reprehensible, like the worst shit of all time, you know? And this is part of the reason why the channel was fucking made, for these videos that are absolutely horrible to be put on blast. Because fucking they're awful when they are awful, and I like to point out that they're stupid and wrong. Like, because this is factually incorrect in almost every respect. Almost. He had a few of them in there, which means he has read the book, which means he is taking this in the worst way possible, and he's doing this for a very bad reason. Whether that be just for the views, or because he really believes that all of these are sound, like, reasons that this is a bad game. Regardless of what the reason is, it's wrong. Like, anyway, I've been Pro 4E for 13 years. Good, Indigo. I'm, you know what? Right there with you now. I'm glad. I'd have to say Fatal is a bad RPG, says Lux. I've never seen it, heard of it, played it, so...
heard of it.
Maybe. I don't know. It just depends on if it doesn't function, basically. That's the only time where I'll specifically call an RPG like a bad RPG, you know? Anyway.
Things and ravings here. If you haven't picked that up yet, what show are you watching? What can I say that is good about this game? This
Art.
will probably be
said.
a decent gateway drug, to use a phrase, that will be good for bringing people into the hobby, particularly those that are dedicated to playing the massive multiplayer online role-playing games. That are like, well, this isn't so bad. My only concern is that they're going to get into this, and then they're not going to be interested in branching out to see what else is in the hobby. What can I say in summary?
I think that's just a thing that could happen with any game. Like,
yeah,
it really depends on how they receive it and how they've played it and who they've played with, and there's a lot of external factors here about that, so I don't think that's a 4E specific problem, my friend.
Yeah.
I really don't.
I think Dorothy Parker said it best, and I'm going to paraphrase her here. This is not a game to be cast aside lightly. It should be thrown, and with great force.
Fuck off.
This will not be the death knell of role-playing, ladies and gentlemen. I don't believe for a second it will.
If anybody did, that's crazy. That's insane.
Yeah, and if anybody did, it would have been you. Clearly.
Wizards will keep right on chugging merrily away. I do not feel that this is very honest to its forebears.
I don't feel that you're very honest to this game, but sure.
Or to your viewers.
I've seen very few games that make me want to go back and, gosh, I wish I could play 3.5 again. Yeah, words I never thought I'd say. If you want
whatever,
it sounds like you're just not a not a fan of D&D.
Yeah, no, he liked basic or no, not basic, first edition, whatever, Cave of Coomers or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
5 doesn't quite do it for you, but you're really not as dedicated to 4.0 just from the name. Ladies and gentlemen, I recommend you go check out Pathfinder. Previous reviews of mine have
even though it's almost...
I recommend you check out Pathfinder 2e. In fact, the addition of Pathfinder most like D&D 4e.
Yeah. Like, if you didn't like 4e, you might like Pathfinder. That is valid, sure, but it's not because of any of the reasons that you've stated, friend.
Yeah.
Even my books. These belong to a friend of mine who wanted to give it more of a chance than I did, and I salute him for his honesty and dedication to the hobby.
This is such a weird... Stop saying dedication to the hobby. Stop saying dedication. What the fuck? What do you mean? You're saying that we have to be devoted to this game. We have to be devoted to tabletop RPGs and the hobby in general in order to even try to like 4th edition. What the fuck, man? What
a shitter.
What the fuck? Why do I have to be a zealot in order to fucking, like, enjoy 4th edition?
Yeah.
That's the thing, is I wouldn't consider myself a 4E fanboy or anything, because I have no experience with the system.
Yeah.
But I know... How do I put it? I have seen a few things introduced to me in the last video where I'm like, oh, that's a cool little mechanic. I like that. Like with the archetypes of the enemies. Yeah. And I know every single point this... So detractors, detract every single detraction I've seen?
Yeah.
Has been incredibly invalid.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, dude.
I gave him my copy of Pathfinder because I said, you know what, Dennis, that's his name is Dennis. Here you go.
I don't care.
I'm not ever going to play Pathfinder because I've got a lot of games and it just really isn't my cup of tea. But it's not a bad game. You like D&D 3.5, but you had some issues with it. Take a look at Pathfinder. If you like it, it's yours. He took it, look at it, he loved it, he's playing it now, his group likes it a lot, And
Why do you show this then and
Yeah,
wizard
like,
stuff?
what the-
Do you understand what your messaging is? Do you
Yeah.
understand what the fuck you're doing here? Like,
No.
you're crossing your wires so fucking much. It just, editing. I don't do a lot of it, but man, I wouldn't do this. Fuck
Yeah,
me.
like, you don't have to do a whole ton of editing to understand the basics of it.
Yeah.
And, like, general flow.
Yeah.
I think, Alejo, your point should have been, editing. I don't do a lot of it, but I think this guy does even less.
That's true. That would have been much better had I been funny or clever.
they have really walked away from 4.0. I can't say that I think they're going to be alone in that event. So, for those of you begging for a negative review, there you go. For those of you who want the
disingenuous.
happier, gentler Kurt
Indeed.
Bass, who likes role-playing games and likes what he reviews, tune in next week for something more upbeat, happy, and cheerful.
This is the thing. This paints you in such a light that I don't care what you say about anything. I don't trust you.
Yeah.
I don't trust you. Like, why the fuck would I trust you?
Yeah.
I don't like your funny words, Magic Man.
Exactly. Like, it just... Okay. All right. There's 19 more seconds. That's the end of the video. I don't care. He doesn't have anything else of value to say to me that would make me think anything else right now. Like, legitimately, I doubt there's anything else. If there is, if he says the magic words at the end of saying, by the way, April Fools, then I'd say this is a horrible joke, friend. Like,
Yeah.
what?
That's a whole fucking joke.
Yeah.
I would say it was a pretty good joke, actually.
Okay, well.
It took too long to get to the punchline.
Yeah, that's the thing. Oh my god. Let's see. Gasp, you haven't heard of Fatal? Fatal is bad. Okay. Well, this is a popularly known thing. We'll have to, maybe I'll put that down as a note later. It's notorious as the worst and reprehensible RPG in history. Is it because it's content, or is it because of how it, like, is played? Because that's a big distinction.
Yeah, because, I mean, it depending on how it... Vampire can, be pretty close to that sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just in terms of, like, the subject matter.
Yeah, very well could. Anything could, really.
Yeah,
Just depends on who's running it and shit.
Yeah.
4E is there to wrangle you degenerate gamers into the hobby. That's right. In my opinion, I think 4E nails the core themes of what D&D is better than any other edition. Maybe. I don't know if I have enough data to really put my word in one way or the other. I don't know.
That's too broad of a statement for me to be comfortable making.
Yeah. Paizo went with Pathfinder after Wizards of the Coast released the GSL instead of the OGL, which are the gaming licenses. The
BRB.
Okay. For 4E, that's when Paizo successfully stole 3.5 and repackaged it. Yeah. Well, yeah, you have to be devoted. How else do you get dungeon masters? We can't have dungeon gooders. That's right. That's true. He is correct about all of this. I didn't like 3.5 either. Go check out Pathfinder. What? Pathfinder 1 is so close to 3.5. What did he not like there that Pathfinder got so right? That is a good question.
Yeah.
Maybe he has a video on it, and he can tell you his innate reasons that are literally just subjective to him. That he's convinced many people that means Pathfinder is better than 3.5, where I would say they're comparable.
Yeah, just like Cody did.
Yeah.
Except in reverse.
Right. He goes from 4E to Pathfinder. What is this video? I know. It's just, at the end, he's like, I've got to put some hope in here.
Yeah, I gotta assure the people that think similarly to me that RPGs as a whole won't be destroyed by this.
That's right,
because that was clearly going to happen.
That's so dumb. Paizo was basically forced to make Pathfinder because they made a campaign setting for 3.5 just in time for Wizards of the Coast to cut all of their support for 3.5. Oh, I didn't know that. Makes sense. After Wizards of the Coast took Dungeon Magazine from Paizo, it did leave Paizo in a bad situation, so I could surmise that with the OGL, Paizo stole 3.5 from Wizards of the Coast, get back at them, which worked for them. See, this term of stole, like I don't know if it's because it was an open game license. right? Like they were allowed to do it, you know.
Hmm.
So it's not really stealing. It's just they took it and they improved upon it, you know. Which no, don't explore Fatal. I will give you money not to do it.
Okay.
That's
Well,
that's a
Alejo,
tall
if you
order.
want to get that dice fund, just start threatening them with fate.
That's a tall order, friend. You're making me more curious.
Yeah, right.
Don't give me money to not do it, please. Yes, look into Fatal. I definitely want to see that happen. Okay, well, you don't have to make the statement. I already did. Well, there you go. You have an angel and a devil sitting on your shoulder. That's right. Don't look into Fatal unless you want to be mentally scarred for life. Oh, that's I could
Again,
I
it's very
many
tempting
demons.
now.
That sounds like hyperbole.
Yeah, I have so many
I
demons.
now question if it is a bit he's intentionally going for.
I hope so.
Mm.
I think I suggested Fatal to you guys before. Probably. It's been a hot minute. If you're up for it, don't look at the RPG itself, but read something about it. The notorious but very entertaining review is extremely long. Okay, I might do that then, just on my own time. Tell you about it. Shit, never mind. You already watched enough Garibay videos for that. Yeah, that's right. For mental scarring, that's true. It's the RPG where you roll for anal circumference. Oh! Okay.
Okay, then.
Okay. All right. You have a
can work
fundraising
with it.
idea. Okay. Well, I'll subject myself to that, and I'll let you guys know.
And guys, time to live stream us reading about Fatal.
Yeah, I'll just read the whole book. I don't know. It just might be an interesting side note at some point. But
Yeah. I mean, it sounds funny, really.
yeah, it kind of just sounds like shock value at the moment.
Yeah.
but I'll look into it and I'll see if it's a good fit for anything. But anyway,
Good fit.
Oh, fuck me.
God damn it.
We expect an essay on Fatal now. Oh god, no. I will never write an essay as long as I don't have to. Say goodbye to Alejo.
Yeah.
We once knew. That's right. Okay. So, let's go into comments. That's the last thing for today because we've talked about 4E. We've dismantled a very prominent 4E video apparently. So let us end it off with one comment that we got 2 weeks ago, basically, or technically a week ago, but it was last time we did an episode, which is 2 weeks ago. You just have to make the video. I'll write the essays. It's Lux. That's right. I can count on you for that. So, speaking of Lux, it's Lux. Lux commented on last episode, the one-shots episode.
Ooh.
I have no experience with running one-shots, but here are a few ideas I can submit. Immanuel Kant said, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, it said, experience without theory is blind, but theory without experience is mere intellectual play. But Immanuel Kant is not my dad. I do what I want, unless my dad says not to, or mom, or sometimes my conscience, maybe. Fair. My first thought is that it would be a good idea to know your players first. However much you tend to get done in a single session of a normal campaign, that's probably the amount of content you should try to include in your one-shot. That's a good point. You might be able to get away with one new player in a group of 3 or 4, or possibly 2 in a group of 5 or 6, but a full group of players you don't have much experience with will be hard to predict. What feels to you like an adventure that's just long enough for one session could run over the time you have, or it might run short. Excuse me. Not that I would necessarily consider it a problem if it runs short. That's probably fine. If you're intent on trying to keep the adventure to one session, then it would most likely be better to run short than exceed your time limit. I would agree. On a related note, it's possible that a particular group just might not be built to run a one-shot. Like us.
Yeah, no kidding.
If players just can't make quick decisions or resist wandering off into the weeds, it's not going to work, and there's really only so much you can do about it. If you try too hard to rush them along, you might just cause the game to not be enjoyable. So basically, you probably shouldn't just decide to run a one-shot out of nowhere without considering whether it's an appropriate format for your group. One other point to consider is that you really need to try to still come up with a story that actually amounts to something. In other words, try not to have it be some random thing that happened. It doesn't necessarily have to change the world, the whole world, or even the whole country, but there should at least be something to it. As a rule of thumb, the adventure should at least make for a story worth telling within the world. Ultimately, with what a story requires at the most basic level is a conflict and a resolution. Try to think of a conflict that can be resolved in the space of one session, find a way to throw a group of characters at that conflict, and let them attempt to resolve it. And don't be afraid to look at stories you've liked for ideas. You can reuse the same general concept you've already seen as long as you put your own spin on it. And that'll do. I'm even more tired this week than I was last week, so good night, perchance. Fair enough.
Good night.
Good night. And also, to tie into that, actually, I have a little story that I did. It was quite a while ago. I've talked about it a few times. I ran a one-shot for a Halloween kind of themed thing for my Wednesday group because it was around the Halloween time, at least. So I kind of made it more spooky. We were playing D&D. I let them be like 13th level, and
13.
I didn't intend. I will be honest. The CR of the monster was 13, which was a Wendigo.
Ooh,
And
good choice.
Thank you. And it was just gonna be a little adventure where they had to stop a Wendigo because people were going missing in this small fringe town that was near a magical epicenter where weird magic would happen every now and again and things would come out of it, right? So this Wendigo, even though like it's a thing in our mythology, it was just a thing that happened because of this magical incident that just produces random shit, right? And not all of it can be very nice. And so the whole point was getting them to kind of try to figure out if this was like somebody doing it in the town who might be kidnapping people and killing them or something, or if there was a monster or whatever. And I had a red herring werewolf man, a tiefling who was antisocial in a way. He's just kind of like, he was like one of the newest members of this community, not by like a lot, but he's just one of the newest members, and or not by a little, but by a lot, but still. And people were suspicious of him because he would go off alone hunting and all that kind of stuff. And I had also the plans of him being if they let him go and didn't question him and stuff and tried to, follow him and shit, that he would go and get killed by the Wendigo so that they would find an actual werewolf corpse out there. Because for me, I was like, werewolves, when they die, they can just be a werewolf, because then it just makes it more of a mystery of like, oh my god, who even
what
the fuck was
could
he?
kill a werewolf?
Yeah, but also, yeah, so it was also to save a little boy who had been taken, and they didn't save him in time. So it was going to be like a bittersweet kind of thing. And then one of my characters was like, hey, can I cast reincarnate? Because I have all the materials on me. And I was like, oh, fuck. I didn't even think about that. You're a druid, huh? Right? So he gave it a little happy ending and all that kind of stuff. But it all took place in one session. It was really, really good and really fun. It had a very simple kind of premise and a very easy like little plot to follow with some little twists here and there. But it was my only one shot that I've ever done that was successful.
Nice.
But it was a lot of fun. And it wouldn't have ever worked with you guys because we would have dragged it out for like 3 sessions at least.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't say successful.
Successful in the idea of it being a one shot.
Yeah.
It
would have been a perfectly fine adventure.
It would have been a great adventure. Absolutely. We would have had a blast. But, the same could be said for Astatine, where I had intended. intended a similar result, and yet
5 sessions.
There we go.
Yeah.
6 sessions actually.
Oh, was it 6? Okay.
Yes.
We made it just as far in one session as to make a Seinfeld one-liner.
That's right. That is true.
God damn it.
But yeah. So, let's see. The Reddit thread, "The release of Fatal, the worst RPG ever," is a handy post with links to start your Fatal experience. Okay, well, I'll look for it, maybe. Thanks for exposing me to the YouTube dislikes extension. Oh, yeah, everyone should have it. Absolutely. On the Dungeon Musings channel, the guy has an overview of 4E that's over 2 hours long. I may watch it after this is over. Well, you're in luck. We're gonna be ending here soon, so... I'd like to thank you all for hanging out. We're gonna read patrons, and then we'll fucking leave you to your hopefully more pro 4E thoughts if you were ever thinking about it at all, or had no opinion, or even disliked it. So thank you once again to Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick aka Unit Rico, Slazer, Steely, Break Cross, Chris, Frozen Spaghetti, Kill Chrono, and Lux the Fiendish Fool. Appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for contributing to the Dice Fund. We really appreciate it. It's coming, friends. It's coming. And man, if you are a new viewer at episode 100 at this point, think about subscribing.
Yes.
Think about hanging out with us.
Don't do it. Just think about it.
That's right. You don't have to do it. You can just think about it. You have that will, that free will, which will die because of the imp. We've already established this.
Oh yes.
And yeah. Other than that, the schedule is out there for you to find on the website, which is in the description. And I've said it enough in past episodes. At this point, it's also on the About page. There are plenty of ways to find out. So. Look for that shit. Apologies for the 100th episode coming out a little late, but wanted it to be a good one, and I think it was pretty good. Good.
It was a good video. It was a couple bad videos.
That's right.
We were somewhat knowledgeable about the subject matter.
Yeah, exactly. So wait, Aiden, what did you say?
Sorry, what?
You said something out of 10?
Oh yeah, no. I said I had a good time.
Oh, okay. I thought you said like 5 out of 10, and I was like, oh man. No. But yeah. So, thank you again for everybody who's been around and been watching, even if you're newer or whatever. We've gotten to 100 episodes mostly because you guys keep watching, and we enjoy it most. That is the biggest reason. My brain stopped working. Sorry. But it does give a little smile and a big help that people also enjoy watching. So thank you again for hanging out and all that shit. I'll stop being mushy and shit. Get the fuck out.
So
it's over.
Wait, no. Now is my turn to be mushy because I am the second host.
Oh, that's right.
Okay. My fellow hosts, do you have a drink nearby?
I've got water.
I do have water. Yes.
That works.
Okay.
Here's to 100 more.
Hey.
This is hard to lift up because it's a gallon.
Yeah, I also actually have a gallon.
The fucking Giga Chad water bottles.
Yeah, it was because when I was going through COVID, I needed a lot of water, and I was like, "Fuck it." Anyway, to 100 more. We'll see you next week.
See ya.
Goodbye. Get the
fuck out.
Fuck out.
Indeed.
You're no longer welcome here.